pomeriggio a tutti, quelli che sono in Sala und auch herzlich willkommen jene, die im Streaming zuschauen. Es ist für uns auch jetzt ein Versuch, ein erstes Mal das live zu übertragen und mit einer englischen Simultanübersetzung wird es eben im Netz zu sehen sein. Bevor ich kurz einführe, möchte ich das Wort an den Präsidenten der Akademie geben, Tino Darfuser, und ihn bitten, dass er ein paar Grußworte uns überbringt.
Guten Abend auch meinerseits, buonasera da parte mia. Als Präsident der Akademie Meran möchte ich ich bin Jurist und kein Kenner von Ezra, aber dennoch bin ich froh, dass wir das Leistungszentrum Ezra hier innerhalb der Akademie haben. Sono contento, non sono un umile giurista, un avido giurista direi, e quindi ho poche competenze in materia letteraria, in particolare su Ezra, anche se sono ovviamente contento di ospitare nell'ambito dell'Accademia il centro di ricerca Ezra. Ich konnte nicht hier sein bei der Eröffnung, also bin ich am letzten Tag dieser Tagung, der ersten und einzigen Tagung zum 50. Todestages für Ezra anwesend. Non ho potuto essere qui presente all'inaugurazione di questa settimana dedicata all'Ezra Pound, l'unica peraltro l'unica manifestazione per i 50 anni dalla morte del poeta, ma sono veramente contento che questo avvenimento, questi 50 anni dalla morte vengano festeggiati o comunque ricordati all'Accademia di Meran da parte del centro di ricerca. Ich wünsche weiterhin einen guten Erfolg auch und dass alles so verläuft, wie wir uns das vorstellen, und ich hoffe auch, dass dann das Echo, das wir von hier aus auch über das Streaming in die Welt bringen möchten, das ist, welches wir uns davon erwarten. Grazie per avermi dato la parola al professor Lüfter e buon lavoro.
Ja, also wie Herr Darfuser schon gesagt hat, das ist heute sozusagen unsere vierte Veranstaltung, abschließende Veranstaltung heute. Wir haben vor einer Woche begonnen mit einer kleinen Veranstaltungsreihe zu Ezra. Wie Sie sehen, es ist jetzt alles noch ein bisschen verdeckt von der Technik und von den Übersetzern, haben wir eine kleine Ausstellung hier in der Akademie seit letzten Freitag laufen. Giorgio Lazzaretto, die auch gerade gekommen ist, hat die Ausstellung kuratiert und eingerichtet. Die Veranstaltungsreihe ist in Kooperation mit der Brunnenburg, Museum Brunnenburg. Siegfried de Rachewitz ist hier und wird dann der zweite Vortragende am heutigen Nachmittag sein. Eine Zusammenarbeit mit der Brunnenburg, aber auch eine Zusammenarbeit mit dem Palais Mamming, wo seit Anfang Juli und noch bis Anfang des nächsten Jahres eine Ausstellung läuft zu Künstlern, die mit Bound in Verbindung standen, die von Bound inspiriert wurden, die mit Bound zusammengearbeitet haben. Also eine sehr sehenswerte Ausstellung. Es gab vor 2 Tagen am Abend eine Sonderführung durch diese Ausstellung, und wir sind dann vor einer Woche gestartet mit einem Vortrag von Massimo Bacigalupo, den man in Baumkreisen nicht einführen braucht, weil er eine Koryphäe dieser Forschung ist. Wir haben dann am Samstag eine Veranstaltung gehabt in der Brunnenburg um dort eine Publikation vorzustellen, die in Arbeit ist, die bald erscheinen wird. Ein sehr schöner Bildband, eine Chronik mit dem Titel This I Learned in the Tyrol von Siegfried de Rachewils und Anastasia Kobe herausgegeben, und der Band wird dann auch sehr bald zur Verfügung stehen. Heute Nachmittag haben wir 3 Vorträge, Sergiusz Kasmirski, den ich gleich vorstellen möchte. Dann haben wir einen zweiten Vortrag von Siegfried de Rachewils. Wir werden dann eine kleine Pause machen und ab 18 Uhr mit einem Vortrag von Mauro Piccinini weitermachen, der begleitet ist von musikalischen Einlagen hier von Marcello Fera und Frau Wallnöfer am Piano, und dabei wird es einige Dinge zu hören geben, die schon sehr spannend, wie der Schweizer sagt, antönen. Gut, ich freue mich jetzt ganz besonders, den ersten Vortragenden vorzustellen, Sergiusz Kasmirski, Professor Sergiusz Kasmirski von der Universität Regensburg, der dort am Institut für klassische Philologie lehrt und forscht. Sergiusz Kasmirski hat heute Vormittag schon ein Seminar für Schüler gehalten, wo er das, was er uns jetzt auch vorstellen wird, direkt angewendet hat auf die Schüler. Sergiusz Kasmirski ist, wie ich gesagt habe, Universität Regensburg, Institut für klassische Philologie, und war auch sehr viele Jahre Lehrbeauftragter an der Freien Universität Bozen. Also ein Kollege, mit dem zusammen wir auch Ivo de Gennaro, Robert Sim und ich eine Buchreihe beim Alber Verlag haben, die Elementa Economica heißt. Das heißt, Sergiusz Kasmirski interessiert sich auch über, sagen wir, den engen Bereich dessen, was man gemeinhin an Universitäten als Philologie bezeichnet, für das ökonomische Denken, aber auch setzt sich auseinander mit Themen zur Digitalisierung, wo er jetzt gerade in Regensburg eine Ringvorlesung organisiert hat, die das ganze Semester läuft. Sergiusz Kasmirski hat an der Universität Freiburg promoviert mit einer Arbeit zur Anaximander-Auslegung Heideggers. Also der Titel ist die Anaximander-Auslegung Heideggers und der Anfang des abendländischen Denkens. Ein Nenner oder etwas, das seine Arbeit vielleicht charakterisiert, ist die Zusammengehörigkeit von philosophischem Denken und philologischer Arbeit, von Dichtung und Denken, in besonderer Weise dieses Zusammengehören als ein Hören, in besonderer Weise auf die Sprache, das immer ein denkendes Hören ist, und bei Sergiusz Kasmirski immer ein denkendes Hören ist. Und das ist vielleicht etwas, das seine Arbeit, seine Forschungsarbeit mitcharakterisiert. Nicht als einziges, aber mitcharakterisiert. Es gibt eine Reihe von Schriften, die auch im Internet unter akademie.edu zugänglich sind. Ein Hauptschwerpunkt seiner Forschungsarbeit ist Aristoteles, dort vor allem auch die Zoologie des Aristoteles, aber unter seinen Arbeiten findet man auch Beiträge, die sich mit Sophokles, Euripides, Parmenides, Platon, Homer beschäftigen. Heute wird er etwas dazu sagen. Es gibt aber auch Forschungsarbeiten von ihm zu Hermann Lotze, also einem moderneren Autor. Sergiusz Kasmirski wird uns jetzt einen Vortrag halten unter dem Titel Ezra Bound, also Bound und Homer, New Method in Scholarship. Und dieses New Method in Scholarship ist auch etwas, was wir weiterhin verfolgen möchten und dem wir vielleicht unsere Studientagung im nächsten Jahr widmen möchten. Und insofern ist sein Vortrag auch schon eine gewisse Art Ausblick auf ein Forschungsfeld, dem sich das Ezra Bound Forschungszentrum in Zukunft mehr zuwenden möchte. Bitte sehr.
Vielen Dank, lieber Ralf. Danke sehr für die freundliche ausführliche
Thank
Einführung.
you for this
Ich
really
bin etwas
exhaustive
peinlich berührt.
introduction. I'm really
Ja,
moved.
sehr geehrte Damen und
So,
Herren,
ladies
liebe
and
Professoren und
gentlemen,
Professoren, liebe
professors,
Zuhörerinnen und Zuhörer,
organizers,
Zuschauerinnen und Zuschauer.
audience.
Zunächst einmal möchte ich dem
First of all,
Pound-Forschungszentrum
would
an
like
der
to
Akademie,
thank
allen voran
the
Ralf Lüfter,
Academy,
Roberta Capelli, nicht zuletzt
for
aber
Mr.
auch dem
Fulter, Roberta
Präsidenten der
Capelli
Akademie,
and the
Kuno Tafusa,
President, Kuno
ganz
Tafusa.
herzlich für die Einladung
Thank you very
und
much
die
for
Möglichkeit
inviting me
danken,
here and for
hier heute
giving me
sprechen
the
zu dürfen.
opportunity to speak here today.
Sie sehen hier zunächst
You
die
can
Gliederung
see
des
here
Folgenden. Ich fange an mit einer kurzen Einführung,
the
die dann
structure
aber
of my
doch nicht ganz so
presentation.
kurz
I will start
werden
with a
wird,
short
wie ich es eigentlich
introduction that
vorhatte.
won't be as
Da
short
geht es
as
dann
I
um das
had
genannte
initially
Projekt,
thought of.
was ich eigentlich dann mit diesem
It's
Vortrag
about
beginnen
a
möchte, oder mit der
project,
Vorbereitung vielmehr auf diesen Vortrag, nämlich zum
and
Thema Ezra Pound und die
it
antike
is
Literatur,
about the topic
wozu es
Ezra Pound and the ancient literature.
zumindest in meiner
It is still
bescheidenen
work
Sicht,
in
ich bin noch
progress.
nicht allzu lange Leser Pounds, vielleicht seit anderthalb,
And
2 Jahren erst,
I have been focusing on Ezra
in der
Pound as a
Forschungsliteratur viel zu
lecturer
wenig gibt.
for only a couple of years,
Das
and I
heißt,
don't think
das,
that
was ich
this
Ihnen
has
heute
been
vortragen
investigated
möchte,
in the
ist
literature
Work in
sufficiently.
Progress und
So what
hat
I'm
auch
presenting today,
dementsprechend
as I told you before, is
Lücken
work in
und Fehler
progress. So
bestimmt,
there will
die
be
ich hoffe,
some
mit
gaps
diesem
and some
Vortrag
mistakes
vielleicht auch durch die
that
Diskussion
hopefully
etwas zu
I
beleuchten
will
und dadurch
try to
diese Arbeit
minimize.
beziehungsweise
I will try
dieses
to
Projekt
cast some light,
schon bei
and
seinem Beginn zu verbessern.
I will try to
In einem zweiten
improve
Schritt
our
werde ich
knowledge.
mich dem Begriff New Method in
I
Scholarship
will also talk
widmen,
about the new
zuwenden.
method in scholarship,
und versuchen daran zu zeigen,
and I will
inwiefern mit
try
diesem Begriff, mit diesem
show
Ausdruck
how this
die
concept
Rezeptions- und Wirkungsgeschichte
relates to
der Antike als eine
reception
Erneuerung
and the
des philologischen
ancient
Zugangs zur Antike
history can be seen as an
Gewöhnlich,
innovation
ist die Rezeptions-
in the
und
field
Wirkungsgeschichte
of
dazu verdammt,
philology.
einfach nur nachzuvollziehen, inwieweit hier
So,
die Originale
We want
gut, schlecht,
to take a different
sinnvoll,
approach rather than
weniger sinnvoll,
focusing
wirksam,
on
weniger
good,
bad,
bad,
wirksam.
meaningful,
behandelt
meaningless,
wurden.
effective, not
Ezra
effective.
Pound bietet, und
So,
nicht nur Ezra Pound, aber
Ezra
eben auch
Pound,
Ezra Pound
not only
bietet
Ezra
eine
Pound, but also Ezra
ausgezeichnete
Pound,
Möglichkeit,
is an excellent
der
opportunity
philologischen Wissenschaft, wenn
to
man das so nennen
expand
möchte,
the
der klassischen
philological
Philologie
knowledge, to
eine
expand the
Hilfestellung
classical
zu geben und
philology,
vielleicht auch eine
supporting
Zukunftsperspektive
it
für die
and
klassische
providing it
Philologie zu
also
entwerfen.
with a future
Und in einem
perspective.
dritten Schritt
And then,
möchte ich mich
in my third
dem
part
Beginn
of
des
the
ersten
presentation,
Kanto widmen.
I
Sie wissen,
will
das
focus
erste
on the
Kanto
first
ist eine
canto.
Übersetzung,
You know
eine
that
durch
it is a
Andreas
translation of
vermittelte
Andreas
Übersetzung
Diewutz,
Homers
a
und
translation
dort
of
auf eine
Homer's
besondere
Canto.
Passage
And
aus
I
den
would
Versen
like to
17,
focus
18
on
hinweisen.
a famous passage.
Aber zunächst zur Einführung.
So let's start with the
Der folgende
introduction.
Vortrag bildet den Anfang
The
eines
following
Projekts
lecture
zur
is the
Beschäftigung
beginning of
mit
a
Ezra
project on
Pound
Ezra Pound's
in der
engagement
antiken
with
mit der
ancient
antiken
literature.
Literatur. Anlass zu diesem Projekt hat in gewisser
In a way, the
Weise
50th anniversary of the poet's death this year has given rise to this project.
Wir gedenken in
We're
diesem Jahr und im
commemorating
Rahmen auch dieser
this year,
Tagung des Todes
and in the
Ezra
context
Pounds.
of this conference, Ezra
Doch wir
Pound's
müssen uns
death.
sogleich die
But we
Frage
must
stellen,
immediately
ob
ask
wir Ezra
ourselves
Pound damit
whether we
gerecht
can do
werden können,
justice to
wenn wir
Ezra
seines
Pound
Todes
by
gedenken.
commemorating his death.
Und falls wir diesen
And
vielleicht
if we
bedeutendsten
can do
europäischen Dichter
justice
des
to
20.
this perhaps
Jahrhunderts durch eine neue
most important
solche
European
Feier
poet of the
gerecht werden
20th
können,
century
dann
through
müssen wir
such
uns
a
fragen,
celebration,
welche
then we must
Weise
ask
des
ourselves
Gedenkens
what
angemessen
manner
ist.
of commemoration is appropriate.
Mit der Weise des Gedenkens
By the
meine ich
manner of
nicht
commemoration, I
die
do not mean the
konkreten
specific
Veranstaltungen, die für eine
events
solche
that are
Gedenkfeier
held for
durchgeführt
such a
werden,
commemoration,
sondern vielmehr
but the
den
spirit
Geist, in dem diese
in which these
Veranstaltungen
events
stehen.
are held.
Wir müssen uns
More
hierbei
specifically,
konkreter
we must
gesprochen
ask
die Frage
ourselves
stellen, ob dieser
whether
Geist der
or
Dichtung
not
dieses Dichters
this
selbst
spirit
gerecht wird
does
oder nicht.
justice to the poetry of this
Dessen
poet himself.
ungeachtet kann es aber auch nicht das
But
Ziel sein,
notwithstanding,
diesen Geist
it
zu
cannot be
beurteilen
aimed
oder
to
gar zu
judge or
evaluieren.
even evaluate the spirit. whether the spirit of a commemorative event in honor of a poet corresponds to the spirit of his poetry is a matter for each person who takes part in this commemoration. For my part, I would like to commemorate Ezra Pound's poetry in the following by showing an essential, philologically speaking, basic feature of this poetry, which in the framework of this lecture and in reference to a word of the poet himself will be entitled New Method Scholarship. Nevertheless, it is not so much about Ezra Pound himself, that too, of course, but above all, about the possibility that arises from Pound's poetry for classical philology. The aforementioned project would like to further develop and cultivate this possibility in the future, if you allow me this metaphor. At the same time, it should be said at this point that only a first idea is to be presented here, which is the basis for this project, but which is still in its infancy. Neither will what follows meet scholarly standards, nor can it at this stage testify to an all-encompassing knowledge of Pound's writings. It is my hope that the project will be able to meet both of these requirements, namely the scientific and the knowledge standards. In short, the following is a work in progress. The aforementioned idea of the project, however, is as follows. The study of Ezra Pound in the context of classical philology, well, if it takes place at all, it falls into the area of the so-called history of reception and impact. It examines which sources of ancient literature Pound adapted, in what way he adapted them, and in which context and to what extent. Through such qualitative and quantitative investigations into the history of reception, it is possible to measure the nature and degree of the effect of ancient literature on Pound. Classical philology usually proceeds methodically in such a way that it shows how the reception of Pound's reception of ancient literature differs from that of the ancient original, how Pound deviates from the ancient original, and what criteria the corresponding deviations follow. It is often shown, and this does not apply only to Pound, it is often shown that recipients, such as Pound, performed a less precise or even faulty reading of the original. Rarely it is asked whether the supposed error of the recipient might not create a fundamentally new perspective for the interpretation of the ancient source itself. In the best case, reference is then made to the freedom of the poet, because he or she is a freely creating artist, and art can take these very freedoms. Almost no attempt is made to interpret the method of the recipient in order to enrich the methodology of classical philology through this method. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is precisely what is to happen in the future in the aforementioned project and today in this lecture. We want, as classical philologists, we want to learn new things from Ezra Pound in the field of classical philology. As I said, today's lecture is only a first beginning, which seems to be quite insufficient in relation to the demands pursued in this project. Nevertheless, this beginning is to be presented to an audience and, in this framework, put up for discussion, and I hope for productive criticism.
Aber was hat das alles mit dem
But
Todestag
what does
Ezra
all this
Pounds
have to
zu
do
tun?
with the anniversary of Ezra Pound's
Die
death?
Dichtung eines Dichters
Well,
ist immer
a
eine
poet's poetry
persönliche
is always
Sache.
a personal
Und
thing,
der Tod spielt in der
and
Dichtung
death
Ezra Pounds
plays a
eine
very
ganz
significant
wesentliche
role in
Rolle.
Ezra Pound's poetry.
Denn blicken wir auf die
For
Cantos,
if
das
we look at the
Hauptwerk
cantos,
Pounds
Pound's main
und
work,
eines ihrer
and one of its
Hauptmotive,
main
dann
motifs,
präsentiert gleich
the
das
very
erste
first
Canto
canto
die Poundsche
presents
Übersetzung einer lateinischen Übersetzung einer
a
zentralen
Latin
Passage
translation
aus der
of a
Odyssee,
central passage
darin
from the
Odysseus
Odyssey,
in die
in which
Unterwelt, in den
Odysseus
Hades,
descends into
das
the
Reich der
underworld,
Toten,
into
hinabsteigt.
Hades, the realm of the dead.
Und dass dieses Motiv des
And that
Abstiegs
this
in
motive
das
of
Reich
descent
der
into the
Toten
realm
einem
of the
klassischen
dead
Philologen nicht
should
fremd
not
sein
be
sollte,
alien to a classical
liegt auf der Hand.
philologist is obvious.
Dennoch ist dieses
Yet
Motiv
this
den
motive
meisten
is
klassischen
alien to
Philologen
most
aus einem
classical
ganz einfachen
philologists
Grund
for a very simple
gewissermaßen
reason.
fremd. Wir
We,
klassischen
classical
Philologen steigen
philologists,
gewöhnlich, obwohl wir uns
although we
mit
deal with
sogenannten
so-called
Totensprachen
dead languages,
beschäftigen,
do
gerade
not
nicht
usually
in ihr
descend
Totenreich
into
hinab,
their realm
sondern
of the
behandeln
dead,
aufgrund unserer
but
historischen
rather,
Perspektive
because of our historical
alle
perspective,
Zeiten und
we
Epochen
treat
so,
all times and
als seien
epochs
sie immer noch
as if they
lebendig.
were still alive.
Wir wissen zwar, dass
We
ein
know that
Homer-Dichter
a
nicht mehr
poet
lebt und einer längst
of
untergegangenen
named Homer
Epoche
is no longer
angehört,
alive and
wenn es
belongs to a
diesen
long
Dichter
dead
jemals gab.
age, if that poet
In
ever
unserer
existed.
historischen Vorstellung
But in
ist
our
er
historical
aber potenziell
imagination,
so greifbar,
he is potentially
als könne
as
er wieder
tangible
zum
as
Leben
if he could be
erweckt
brought
werden.
back to life.
Ja, mehr noch. Die
Yes,
Geschichte der
even more
klassischen
than that, the
Philologie
history of
zeigt,
classical
dass
philology
immer wieder
shows
versucht
that
wurde, die
attempts have
Toten zum
always
Leben
been
zu
made to
erwecken.
bring the dead back to
Und wir
life.
wissen, meine Damen
And
und
we
Herren,
know,
was
ladies
passiert,
and
wenn
gentlemen,
Tote zum
we
Leben
know what
erweckt
happens when the dead are brought
Sie
back to
können dann
life.
nicht mehr in Frieden
They
ruhen.
can no longer rest in peace.
Pound macht in seinen Kantos dagegen
On the other
etwas
hand,
anderes.
Pound does something different in
Er
his
erweckt
cantos.
nicht die
It
Toten
does
zum
not
Leben,
raise the
sondern
dead
er
to
steigt
life,
zu ihnen
but
wie Odysseus selbst
like Odysseus
hinab,
himself, he
lernt
descends
von
to
ihnen
them,
und
learns
steigt
from
als ein
them,
neuer
and
Mensch
as a
neu,
new
weil er
man,
von ihnen
new
gelernt
because he
hat,
has
wieder
learned
in
from
das
them,
Reich der Lebenden
ascends again
hinauf
to the realm
und
of the
gewinnt
living
seine Heimat.
and wins his
Odysseus
home.
kehrt nach
Odysseus
Ithaka in
returns to
seine
Ithaca,
alte
to his
Heimat
old
zurück.
home.
Pound dagegen
Pound, on the other
entdeckt eine
hand,
neue
discovers a
Heimat.
new home.
Zum einen in seiner Dichtung und der Sprache seiner Dichtung.
On one hand in his
Zum
poetry and in the
anderen,
language
wenn
of
Sie
his
mir diese
poetry,
etwas
and on the
plakative
other, if you
Bemerkung
allow
erlauben,
me
in
this
Südtirol.
somewhat striking remark, in
Die
South
Art,
Tyrol.
wie Pound hier verfährt, umschreibt
The way
er
Pound
selbst
proceeds here
kurz
is
in
briefly
einem Brief
described by
an seinen
himself
Vater
in a letter to his father
aus den
from
1920er Jahren.
1920s. From the
Zitat,
1920s. Quotation.
Ein lebender Mann
A
geht
living
in die
man
Welt
descends
der
into
Toten
the world
hinab.
of the dead.
Die Wiederholung
The
in der
repetition
Geschichte.
in history.
Der magische
The
Moment
magic
oder
moment
der
or
Metamorphose,
moment of
der vom
metamorphosis.
Quotidian in die
Passing
göttliche oder
from
permanente Welt
The
übergeht.
daily
Götter
life
und
into
so
the
weiter.
divine or permanent
Ende.
world. Gods, etc.
Wichtiger
End
im
of
vorliegenden
quotation.
Kontext als
More
die
important in the
mögliche
present
hier
context and the
ausgelassene
possible attribution of
Zuordnung
individual
einzelner
keywords
Stichworte
of this
dieser Briefpassage zu
epistolary
einzelnen
passage
Kantos
to
oder
individual
Gruppen von
cantos or groups of
ist
cantos
zunächst das
is first of all the
welches
overall
dieses
picture
Zitat entwirft.
that this
Der Abstieg in
quotation
die Unterwelt zu
awakes.
den Toten
The
der
descent into the
Geistesgeschichte
underworld to the
mündet
dead
durch die Wiederholung und
leads through
Metamorphose
repetition
in
and
den
metamorphosis
Entwurf
into the
einer
design
göttlichen
of a
oder
divine
permanenten
or
Welt.
permanent world.
Und diese Welt, so
And this
können wir
world,
dieses Zitat
So we
vielleicht
can
freier
perhaps adapt this
adaptieren,
quotation more freely,
bilden die
is
Kantos
formed
selbst,
by the cantos themselves,
darin zeitgleich
in which
verschiedene
simultaneously
Zeiten unterschiedlicher Epochen
different times of
zusammenkommen,
different epochs come
sich
together,
vereinen, miteinander
unite,
verbunden werden
are
oder
joined
und
together,
gegebenenfalls
and,
wieder
if
trennen.
necessary, are separated again.
Die Tatsache, dass in den Kantos nicht
The
nur
fact that in the
verschiedene
cantos not
Einsichten
only
bezüglich
different
Literatur,
insights
Kunst,
concerning
Wissenschaft
literature,
etc.
art,
aus
science,
verschiedenen
etc.,
Zeiten
from
und
different
Epochen
times and
zusammengebracht
ages
werden,
are brought
sondern
together,
auch, so müssen
but
wir nun
also,
sagen, die
we must now
Tatsache,
say,
dass
the
diese
fact
Einsichten
that these
zeitgleich zusammen
insights
existieren,
exist
ist
together
ein
at the
Hinweis
same
auf die
time
Zeitlichkeit
is an
dieser Dichtung
indication
selbst.
of the temporality of this
Und es
poetry
ist
itself.
offensichtlich
And
weder
it is
eine
obviously
vergangene noch eine
neither a
gegenwärtige
past
Zeit,
nor a
die hier
present
entworfen
time
wird,
that has been
sondern
sketched
die
here,
Zeit einer Welt,
but
welche
the
weder
time of
jemals
a
war
world
noch
that
ist.
neither ever was
Es
nor
liegt der
is.
Schluss nahe, dass
The
es sich um
conclusion
eine
is that it is a
zukünftige
future
Zeit, eine
time,
zukünftige
a
Welt
future
handelt,
world, that Pound is sketching here, and
zukünftige
indeed
Welt,
a future
welche
world
bereits
that is
die
already
gegenwärtige Welt
transforming
verwandelt.
the present world.
Sollte diese Interpretation
If
der
this
Zeitperspektive
interpretation
der
of the
Countess
time
stimmen,
perspective of the
dann
Countess
ist
is
die Heimat
correct,
Pounds,
then
welche er durch einen
Pound's
Abstieg
homeland,
ins Totenreich
which he
und
gains
den
by
Wiederaufstieg
descending into
gewinnt,
the realm of the
nicht
dead and
Südtirol
ascending
und
again,
nicht wie
is
bei
not
Odysseus
South
die
Tyrol and
Vergangenheit,
not as with
sondern
Ulysses
eine
the
noch nie
past,
dagewesene
but a future
zukünftige
homeland
Heimat,
that has never
vielleicht
existed
noch
before,
am ehesten,
perhaps
wenn
a
überhaupt,
future
ein
South Tyrol
zukünftiges
at
Südtirol.
best, if at all.
Und der Entwurf dieser Heimat
And
scheint
the
wesentlich
design
an
of
dem
this homeland
philologischen
seems to hang
Verfahren zu
essentially
hängen,
on the
das
philological
Pound für
procedure
seinen
that Pound
Abstieg in die
gains for
Unterwelt
his
gewinnt.
descent into the underworld.
Wir beginnen
We,
als
as classical
Philologen zu ahnen,
philologists, are
dass an der
beginning to
Auseinandersetzung
suspect
mit der Vergangenheit
that
weit mehr
far
hängen
more
könnte,
could hang
als
on
die
the engagement with the
Feststellung
past
von
than the
Richtigem
establishment
über
of
diese
what is
Vergangenheit.
correct about the past.
Es könnte
It
sein,
could be that
dass an
our
der
engagement
Auseinandersetzung, an unserer Auseinandersetzung mit der
or
antiken
on
Literatur,
our
meine
engagement
Damen
with
und
ancient
Herren,
literature, ladies and
die
gentlemen,
Zukunft einer
the
Welt hängen
future
könnte.
of a world may
Wir
be
kommen zum zweiten
dependent.
Abschnitt dieses Vortrags.
Let's now come
zu
to the
New
second
Method
part of my
in Scholarship.
presentation, New Method in Scholarship.
Uns damit zur Anzeige des Verfahrens, welches es Pound ermöglichte,
We
eine
now
solche
want
Welt
to see the
philologisch
process that
dichterisch zu entwerfen.
allowed Pound to develop
Hierzu
a new
zunächst ein
world.
Zitat aus dem Text
Let me
mit dem
start with a
Titel
quotation
I gather the limbs
from
of
the
Osiris.
Text, I gather the limbs of the
Sie
science.
sehen hier das englische
So
Original.
you can see here
Ich
the
lese
English,
die
the
deutsche
original
Übersetzung.
version.
Zitat.
Quotation.
Wenn ich das ins
When I
Spiel
bring
bringe, was meine
into play what
verstorbenen
my late
Seelsorger und
pastors
Meister
and
in
masters
klassischer
would
Süße
term
als
in
meine
classic
unverschämte
sweetness my
Frechheit
unmitigated
bezeichnen würden,
goal,
und Kraft dessen
and by virtue of it,
wage ich es,
venture to
von
speak
einer
of a
Methode in
new
der Wissenschaft
method
zu
in
sprechen,
scholarship.
neuen Methode in der Wissenschaft zu sprechen. So
I
bilde
do
ich
not
mir
imagine
nicht
that
ein,
I'm speaking of a
dass
method
ich von einer
by
von
me
mir entdeckten
discovered.
Methode spreche. Ich meine
I
lediglich
mean
eine
merely
Methode,
a
die
method
nicht üblich ist,
not of common
eine Methode,
practice,
die noch nicht
a
klar und
method
bewusst
not yet
formuliert
clearly
ist,
or
eine
consciously
Methode, die
formulated,
von allen
a
guten
method which
Gelehrten
has
seit
been
dem Beginn
intermittently
der
used by all good
Gelehrsamkeit mit
scholars since the
Unterbrechungen
beginning of
angewandt
scholarship.
wurde, die
The
Methode
method
des
of
leuchtenden
luminous
Details.
detail.
Luminous Detail.
The
Eine
method of
Methode,
luminous
die der
detail,
heute
a method
vorherrschenden
most
Methode, das heißt
vigorously
der Methode der
hostile
vielen
to
Details
the
und der
prevailing
Methode
mode
von
of today,
gestern,
that is the
der Methode
method
des
of
Gefühls
multitudinous
und der
detail, and to
Verallgemeinerung
the method of
aufs
yesterday, the
Schärfste
method of
widerspricht.
sentiment and generalization.
Der Buchstabe ist
The
zu
letter is
ungenau
too inexact,
und die
and
erstere
the
zu
former
schwerfällig,
too
um dem
cumbersome
normalen
to be
Menschen,
of
der
much
geistig
use to
aktiv
the normal
leben
man
will,
wishing
von
to
großem
live
Nutzen zu sein.
mentally active.
Zitat Ende.
End of quotation.
Wir lernen durch diese Passage aus dem
So
Beginn der besagten
we
Schrift
learn
vielerlei. Vor
very
allem
much
aber
from this
etwas sehr
quotation,
Einfaches und selbst
but
Luminöses,
especially
ein einmaliges Detail der philologischen Arbeit.
I would like to focus
Die philologische Arbeit mag zwar, so können wir
on
sagen, mit dem
the
Bibliografieren,
detail of philological
Sammeln und
work.
Vergleichen
Philological
beginnen.
may begin
Der
with
Anfang
bibliographizing,
der
collecting and
philologischen Arbeit
comparing,
ereignet sich
but the
allerdings
beginning of
immer
philological
schon
work always
vor
occurs
diesem
before this
philologischen
philological beginning.
Es ist der Moment, in
It is the
dem uns
moment
an
when
einer
a
konkreten,
light
einmaligen,
dawns on
besonderen
us
und
in a concrete, unique,
beispielgebenden
particular
Passage
and exemplary
ein
passage.
Licht aufgeht. Es ist der Augenblick, in dem
It
wir
is the moment
bemerken,
when we
dass uns
notice
eine
that a
konkrete,
concrete,
besondere Passage
particular
aus einem
passage
antiken
from an
Text
ancient text
nicht nur in die
not
Augen
only
fällt,
catches our
sondern
eyes, but
übermannt
overwhelms
und
and
entkräftet.
invalidates us.
Es ist eine günstige
It is a
Gelegenheit,
favorable
darin
occasion
vieles, was wir
in
bisher
which
dachten
much
oder
that
nur
we have
ahnten,
hitherto thought or
zusammenzukommen
only
scheint.
suspected seems to come together.
Es ist der Zeitpunkt,
It is the
in dem
moment
uns
in
klar
which we
wird, dass
realize
wir immer schon
that
mehr
we
ahnen, als
have
wir faktisch
always
wissen
already
können,
suspected more than
indem
we
all unser
know
philologisches
factually,
Lesen
in
und
which
Ordnen,
all our philological
Übersetzen
reading
und
and
Erklären
ordering,
sich
translating
neu
and explaining
ordnen kann.
can rearrange itself.
Dieser eigentliche Anfang der
This actual
philologischen
beginning of
Arbeit,
philological
der
work,
sich noch vor dem
which
Beginn
takes
des
shape even
philologischen
before
Arbeitens
philological work
Bahn bricht,
begins,
wird dann zu unserer
becomes
bleibenden
our
Orientierung.
lasting orientation.
Der eigentliche Anfang der
The actual
Philologie
beginning
ist
of
damit
philology
etwas ganz
is
und
thus
gar
something
nicht
entirely
Technisches.
non-technical.
Kann sich nicht
Cannot
an den
orient
überlieferten
itself to the
Kriterien
traditional
des Richtigen
criteria
und
of
Falschen
right and
orientieren,
wrong,
weil er selbst an die
because it
Stelle
itself
dieses
takes
Richtigen
the
und
place
Falschen
of this
tritt,
right and wrong
indem er das
by
Maß freigibt,
releasing the
nachdem das
measure
Richtige
by
vom
which the
Falschen
right
unterschieden
can be
werden kann.
distinguished from the wrong.
Das besagt selbstverständlich nicht,
This does not
dass
mean, of
jede
course,
solche
that
philologische
every such
Einsicht eine
philological
Revolution
insight
der klassischen
must
Philologie
mean a
bedeutet
revolution in
oder
classical philology.
bedeuten muss. Es
It
besagt
merely
lediglich,
means that
dass
this
dieser Anfang der
beginning of philological
philologischen Arbeit
work
eine mal begrenzt,
releases
mal
a
größere
sometimes
Neuordnung
limited,
des
sometimes
Überlieferten
greater
freigibt.
reordering of what has been
Wir wollen
handed
dieses
down.
Moment des leuchtenden Details
We do not
nun auch
want to
nicht
obscure
durch
this
weitere
moment of luminous
Erklärungen,
detail by further
die Pound
explanations,
ohnehin selbst
which Pound
besser
himself
gibt,
gives away.
überdecken. Es sei nur
It should
darauf
only be pointed
hingewiesen,
out
dass
that
in dem, was
what
Pound
Pound
das
calls
leuchtende
the
Detail
luminous detail
nennt, letztlich das
is
Klassische
ultimately
der
the
klassischen
classical
Philologie steckt.
aspect of classical
Das
philology.
Klassische meint ja
Classical
das
means that
Beispielgebende und
which sets an
Mustergültige.
example and is
Die
exemplary.
Formulierung Signum Classicum
The phrase
meint ja
signum
das
classicum means the
Trompetenangriffssignal
trumpet
im Krieg
signal
oder in
of
der Schlacht,
attack in a war
nachdem sich
or
das ganze
battle,
Heer ordnet
according to
und
which a
an
whole
dem es
army
sich orientiert.
gets ready and
Das
is
Helltönende
oriented.
des
The
Signum
bright sound
Classicum
of the signum
meint damit
classicum thus
denjenigen
means
Moment
that
in der
moment in
philologischen
philological
Arbeit,
work which
der
does
gerade
not
nicht
initiate
eine philologische
philological
Kriegsführung gegen die
warfare
antiken
against the
Texte
ancient
einleitet,
texts,
sondern
but
der
which
den
can give a new
überlieferten antiken
order
Texten
to the
eine
ancient
neue
texts
Ordnung geben
that
kann.
have been handed down.
So dunkel dies an dieser Stelle
As
klingen
dark
mag,
as
meine
this
Damen
may
und
sound
Herren,
at this point,
so wollen
ladies
wir
and
nun dennoch
gentlemen,
diesen
we now
Hinweis auf
want
das
to leave
leuchtende
this
Detail
reference
oder
to
Beispiel
the luminous
auf sich beruhen
detail
lassen
or
und zu
example
einem
and
konkreten
pass on to a
Beispiel
concrete example,
übergehen, nämlich zum
namely
ersten Kanto.
the first canto.
In diesem ersten Kanto
In this
dichtet
first
Pound
canto,
eine
Pound
eigentümliche
re-poems
Übersetzung
a
einer
peculiar
Homer-Passage
translation
nach,
of a passage from Homer,
indem er historisch
translating,
gesehen nicht
historically
Homer selbst
speaking, not
übersetzt,
Homer himself,
sondern eine neuzeitliche
but a modern
lateinische
Latin
Übersetzung in ein
translation
Englisch übersetzt,
translated into
das sich in
English,
Sprache und Sprachduktus an einem altenglischen Gedicht mit dem Titel
so
The
an
Seafarer
Old English poem
orientiert.
entitled The Seafarer.
Ein kurzer Hinweis dazu, ich werde in diesem Vortrag nicht dieses
And this
Gedicht
presentation
The Seafarer
I
behandeln
won't
können.
focus on the seafarer, on this
Sie
poem,
werden es gleich sehen,
because
das Ganze zu sehr
this
verkomplizieren
would further
und eignet sich nur
complicate
für eine
my
schriftliche
presentation and
Veröffentlichung.
can be addressed only in
Wir
a
kommen
written
also nun zum
publication.
dritten und
So
abschließenden Teil
let's
dieses
move
Vortrags.
to the third part of
Ein
my
leuchtendes
presentation.
Detail, das
A
am Beginn
luminous
der
detail that
Kantos
stands at
steht,
the beginning of the
ist, wie
cantos
gesagt,
is,
eine
as I
Passage aus
said,
dem Beginn des
a passage from the
11.
beginning of the
der
11th
Homerischen
book
Odyssee.
of Homeric
Ich sage
Odyssey.
homerisch nicht
I say
deswegen, weil wir
Homeric,
nicht sicher
not because
sein
we
können,
cannot be
ob es einen
sure
Homer
whether there was
überhaupt
a
gab,
Homer at
weil
all,
offensichtlich
because
verschiedene
obviously
Autoren
various
einer
authors
Homeriden
of
zu
a
nennenden
cast of poets
Dichterkaste
to be called
an dem uns heute
Homerides
überlieferten Werk
worked on the work
gearbeitet
that
haben.
has come down to us
Ich sage
today.
homerisch,
I
um darauf
say Homeric
hinzuweisen,
to
dass die
point
Odyssee
out that
wohl
the
auf einen
Odyssey
Dichter Homer
probably
zurückgeht,
goes back
der
to a
einer
poet,
Dichtertradition
Homer, who must have
zugehörig
belonged to a
gewesen sein
poetic
muss,
tradition,
einer Zunft
a
von
guild of
Dichtern,
poets
welche sich
who
immer wieder an
repeatedly
denselben
worked
Inhalten
on the same
in
content in
unterschiedlicher
different
Weise
ways.
abarbeiteten. Dieser
This
Dichter nahm
poet,
sich zur Durchführung
in order to
eines
carry
Mythos
out a myth,
mal dieses
took
leuchtende
sometimes
Detail
this luminous detail
heraus,
and
daran eine
developed
epische
it
Dichtung im Rahmen
thematically
des
into an
überlieferten
epic
Mythos
poem
thematisch zu entwickeln,
within the framework
mal
of
ein
the myth
anderes.
that had been handed down.
Die Kunst lag
Sometimes
damit weniger
the
oder
poet
kaum
took
in
another
der
luminous
Erfindung
detail.
neuer Stoffe,
The art thus
Metaphern
lays
und Inhalte,
not in inventing new
sondern
material,
in der
metaphors and content, but in paying
gesteigerten
attention to
Aufmerksamkeit
what
für das,
already
was
existed.
ist und was es schon gab. In diesem Sinne,
In this
meine Damen
sense,
und
ladies
Herren,
and
ist
gentlemen,
Pound ein
Pound
Homeride.
is a
Und auch
Homeride
seine Dichtung
or
zehrt
Homeride,
wie die
and his
Homeriden
poetry,
von der
like the
Überlieferung.
Homerides, also draws on tradition.
Wo wir es aber bei der Homerdichtung mit einer mythischen Bezugnahme auf
Where
das,
in
was
Homeric
war und
poetry
ist,
are we
zu
dealing
tun
with a
haben,
mythical reference
haben
to
wir
what
es,
was and
und
is?
das ist nun eine Vermutung,
Well, we are
bei
dealing,
Pound
and
mit
this is
einer
now a
Bezugnahme
conjecture,
auf das, was es weder gab
with the
noch
reference
gibt,
in Pound
zu
to
tun.
what neither existed nor
steigt
exists.
selbst
In other words, Pound himself
persönlich
descends
in die
personally
Unterwelt
into the
hinab
underworld
und aus ihr wieder hinauf in ein
and ascends
gewandeltes
from it
Diesseits,
again
das es so
into
noch
a
niemals gab, in
transformed
welchem Diesseits
world that has never
gewissermaßen
existed before,
alle Zeiten
in which
zeitgleich
this
existieren können.
world, as it were, all
Daher
times
auch
can
scheint
exist
unsere
simultaneously.
Schwierigkeit zu
This also
kommen,
seems to be the
die
source of our
vermeintliche
difficulty in interpreting the
Komplexität
supposed
der Kantos
complexity
zu
of the
deuten.
cantos.
Pound, so die Vermutung,
According to
blickt
this
unter anderem
hypothesis,
unter
Pound
Zuhilfenahme
looks,
von Homer
with the help
und
of
anderen
Homer
Dichtern,
and other
Denkern
poets,
und Gelehrten
thinkers and
in
scholars,
eine ihm
into a
gegenwärtig
future
erscheinende
that
Zukunft.
appears to be present.
Ja, mehr noch. Ich würde
Indeed,
sogar
I
so
would
weit
even
gehen,
go so
zu
far as to
behaupten,
claim
Pound
for
sind
Pound, the
die eine
cantos
durchaus
are a
realistische
thoroughly realistic
Perspektive auf die
perspective
von
on the
Einsichten und
future,
Gedanken der Vergangenheit
interwoven with
durchwirkte
insights
Zukunft,
and thoughts of the
darin
past,
alle Zeiten
in which
und
all
Epochen sich
times
in einem
and
Spiel
ages
der
gather in
Möglichkeiten
a game
sammeln.
of possibilities.
Die Cantos sind
The
New
cantos
Method
are
in
a new
Scholarship,
method in scholarship,
einer Gelehrsamkeit der
a
Zukunft,
scholarship
welche auf
of
künftige
the
Möglichkeiten
future,
des
which
Menschseins
looks at the
und
future
seiner
possibilities
Welt
of
blicken,
humanity
die
and
auf
its
einen
world like a
zauberhaften,
magical
weil in
garden,
ständiger Wandlung
to use the
befindlichen
words
Garten,
of the
wie
Polish
auf einen
poet
zauberhaften und in
Zbigniew
ständiger Wandlung
Herbert,
befindlichen Garten,
because it is in
um nun
constant
ein Wort eines polnischen
transformation.
Dichters, nämlich Zbigniew Herbert, zu
Anyone
verwenden. Jeder,
Anyone
der
who
in diesen
enters this
Poundschen,
Poundian
von Pound zuerst
garden,
entdeckten und
which was
erschlossenen
discovered
zukünftigen
and
Garten,
opened up by
den wir
Pound,
Welt nennen können,
which we can
eintritt,
call the
ist, wie
world,
Zbigniew Herbert
is,
sagen
as
würde,
Zbigniew
ein
Herbert would
Barbar.
say, a
So in
barbarian,
seiner Aufsatzsammlung ein Barbar in
a
einem Garten.
stranger, a
Also,
barbarian
um dieses
in a
griechische
garden.
Wort Barbar griechisch zu
The
deuten,
Greek term
ein
barbarian
Fremder, dem die
means
Sprache
a
fehlt,
stranger
um das zu sagen, was
who
alles zu
lacks
sagen
the
wäre.
language to say all that
Und
could
um
be
in diesen
said.
Garten überhaupt einzutreten,
And in
den
order
uns
to
Pound
enter this garden
bereitet,
that
müssen wir
Pound has prepared
gewissermaßen
for
alle
us,
Hoffnung
we
fahren
must in a
lassen,
sense abandon all hope.
dass uns die
All
überlieferte
hope that
klassische
traditional
Philologie dabei
classical
helfen könnte, zu
philology
verstehen,
could help us
warum
in
Pound
understanding
Homer
why
durch die
Pound
Augen von
interprets
Andreas
Homer
Dibus
through
und
the
The
eyes of
Seafarer
Andreas
so
Dibus and the
deutet, wie er es eben
Seafarer,
tut.
as he
Wir
does.
müssen damit als
We,
klassische
as classical
Philologen bereit
philologists,
sein,
must be
New
prepared
Method in
to learn
Scholarship
the
zu
new
lernen.
method in scholarship.
Hier möchte ich Ihnen nun zum Abschluss
And here
dieses
I would like to
Vortrags
give you a
ein
small
kleines Beispiel
example
geben.
at the end of this lecture,
Vielleicht ein
namely
leuchtendes
a
Detail
translation
dieses ersten
error
Kantos
by
selbst.
Pound, may be a luminous detail of
Und
this
zwar einen
cantos.
Übersetzungsfehler.
So it is a
Pounds, wenn wir die heute
translation
gültigen
mistake by
Standards der
Pound if we apply
klassischen
the standards of
Philologie
classical philology that
Zunächst
are
aber
valid
lautet
today.
der Anfang
But first
des
of all, however,
ersten
the
Kanto
beginning
wie
of the
folgt.
first canto
In
reads
der
as
deutschen
follows.
Übersetzung von
In-
Eva Hesse.
This is from
Den
the German
englischen Text
translation by
sehen
Eva
Sie
Hesse,
auf dieser
and the
Folie.
English text is what you can see
Und
in the
gingen
slide.
hinunter zum Schiff, Kiel gegen
And
Brecher
then
gestellt,
went down to the
aufs
ship,
heilige
set
Meer.
heels to
Und wir
breakers
holten
forth on
Segel
the
und
godly
Ra
sea,
an,
and we set up
auf
mast
jenem
and sail
schwarzen
on that
Schiff,
swart
schleppten
ship,
Schafe an Bord,
bore sheep
alsbald
aboard
auch
her,
uns
and our
selber.
bodies
Blind geweint
also,
und
heavy
Fahrtwind
with
von
weeping,
Achtern blies
so
uns
wind
voran
from
auf die
sternward
raume
before
See
us, out
mit
onward
bauchiger
with
Bleier.
bellying canvas.
Circes Zauberkraft,
Circe's,
das der
this
Göttin
craft, the trim
im
craft
Zopf schlug.
goddess,
saßen da
then
mitschiffs,
sat we
Pinne vom Wind
amidships, wind
festgekeilt,
jamming the tiller.
gestreckte Segel,
Thus with stretched
fuhren so
sail,
über
we
Meer
went
ins
oversea till
Tagesend,
day's end.
ans Tagesend. Sonne hinüber,
Sun to
Schatten
the
von
slumber,
allen Seiten,
shadows
kam
over all the
alsdann zur
ocean,
Ozeanscheide
came
der
within
tiefsten
to the
Wasser
bounds
ins
of deepest
chimärische
water,
Land
to the
und
Cimmerian
zu
lands,
bewohnten
and
Städten,
people's cities,
Nebel
covered
umsponnen,
with
dichtes
close web
Netzwerk,
mist,
niemals
unpierced
durchbrochen von
with glitter
Sonnengefunkel,
sun
nie von
rays,
Sternen
nor
bezogen,
with stairs
kein Himmel
stretched, nor
blickt
looking back from
abwärts,
heaven,
pechschwarze Nachtstar
swartest night
und auf
stretched
die,
over
auf die
wretched men
Sterblichen
there.
dort. Der
The ocean
Ozean,
flowing backwards,
rückdriftend, führt
came
uns zu dem
we
Ort,
then to
den
the
uns
place
Circe bezeichnet
aforesaid
hatte.
by Circe.
Zitat Ende.
End of quotation.
Ich möchte Sie nun, meine
I
Damen
would
und
now
Herren, auf die
like
abschließende
to draw
Passage
your
dieses
attention,
Beginns
ladies and
der
gentlemen, to the
Kantos
final
aufmerksam
passage of this
machen,
beginning of the
um
cantos.
zu verdeutlichen,
I would like to
inwiefern
draw
es
your
sich hierbei
attention
ein leuchtendes
that
Detail,
here
also
we
New
have a
Method in
luminous
Scholarship
detail
handelt
that is a
und
new
nicht
method
einfach
in
nur
scholarship
eine
and not simply an
Übersetzungsfehler,
error in Pound's
wie wir
translation.
vermuten könnten.
What we
Sehen Sie
could
bitte
actually
hierzu
think
folgende Folie.
erroneously.
Zunächst noch einmal der
So,
englische Text von Ezra Pound.
There's the English
The
text by
ocean
Ezra
flowing
Pound. The ocean
backward
flowing
came we
backward
then to
came
the
we
place
then to the place aforesaid by Circe.
Eva Hesse übersetzt,
Here you can see the
der
translation by
Ozean,
Eva Hesse.
Rückdriften,
Der Ozean Rückdriften
führt uns zu dem Ort,
Ort,
den
den uns
Circe
Circe bezeichnet
bezeichnet
hat.
Die lateinische Übersetzung
The Latin
Homers,
translation
die
by
dieser
Andreas
Passage und
Divus,
überhaupt dem ersten Kanto zugrunde liegt,
which is at
lautet
the
im
basis of the
Lateinischen wie
first
folgt.
canto.
Ipsi
Ipsi
autem
autem
rursus
rursus
apud
apud
fluxum.
fluxum
Diese drei Worte sind
oceani.
wichtig.
These
Rursus
three
apud
words are
fluxum
very important.
oceani,
Rursus apud fluxum.
idimus, ut in locum
Vidimus,
perveniremus,
ut in
quem
locum
dixit
perveniremus
Circe.
quem dixit Circe.
Bei Homer dagegen heißt es
And here we can find the Greek
autoi aut pararoron
sentence by
opernoio.
Homer that you can read
Eomen
yourself.
offres horon afficometh hon fasce circe. Johann Heinrich Voss
And then we have the
übersetzt
translation by
wiederum
Johann
diese
Heinrich Voss.
Homer-Passage wie folgt.
Here is
Dann
the German
gingen wir
translation.
längs des Ozeans Ufer, bis wir den Ort erreichten, wovon uns Kirke gesagt. Sehen Sie jetzt bitte ein
Please,
Detail.
let's have a look at the
oder
detail.
ein Problem dieser
Or
Übersetzung
let's have a
von
look at the
Pound.
problem
Bei
of
Homer
Pound's
heißt
translation.
es, autoi aut
Homer
pararon okeanoio. Die richtige Übersetzung, die philologisch korrekte Übersetzung ist,
a correct
dann für
philological
Aute gingen wir längs des
translation.
Ozeans
Then
Ufer.
we went along
Und
the
Andreas
coast of the
Divus
ocean.
übersetzt das
And
homerische
Andreas
Griechisch,
Divus translates
Rursus
from the Greek
apud
versus
fluxum
apud
oceani.
fluxum oceani imus.
Diese Übersetzung
Well, this
von
translation
Andreas Divus
by
orientiert
Andreas
sich
Divus
an
is
der Odyssee,
oriented
am
to the
griechischen Original, aber sie entwirft eine neue
Greek
Möglichkeit, diese
original,
Stelle
but
zu
develops a new
nämlich,
possibility to
dass
interpret
Rursus
this passage,
nicht dann
because versus
bedeutet,
should not mean
sondern
then,
dass Rursus
but
sich auf den Fluss
rather
selbst,
versus refers
auf das
to the flow,
Rückdriftende des Flusses bezieht.
to the fluxum. And
Diese Möglichkeit ist
this
selbstverständlich für den
possibility
lateinischen Text
is
eine
obviously
Lectio difficilima,
a
eine
lectio
nahezu
difficilima for
unmögliche
the
Deutung,
English,
aber
for the
genau diese
Latin
Deutung
text.
ergreift
And this
Pound
interpretation
zu
is the
unserem
one
Glück,
that
müssen wir
Pound
sagen.
chooses.
und schreibt The
And
ocean
writes
flowing backward.
the ocean flowing
Und Eva
backward.
Hesse übersetzt,
And Eva Hesse
der
translates
Ozean
the
Rückdriften
ocean
führt uns zu dem Ort.
takes us to the place flowing backward.
Jetzt können wir uns fragen, ist das jetzt ein
Now we can ask
Übersetzungsfehler
ourselves,
oder
is this
wusste
a
Pound, was
translation mistake or did
Eine
Pound
solche
know what he was
Adaptation
doing?
kann Pound ganz leicht
This
von
adaptation
philologischer Seite als ein Übersetzungsfehler
can be
angerechnet
seen
werden.
philologically as a
Allerdings
translation
müssen wir
mistake,
bedenken, worum
but
es
we
hier geht.
have to think
Und wir
what
wollen
it
ja
is
auch
about.
sämtliche Fragen
And we
biografischer
want
Natur
to
weglassen. Ob er
set aside
geistesgegenwärtig war oder nicht,
all
das spielt hier überhaupt keine Rolle.
biographical aspects
Pound möchte
because
doch
they're
zeigen,
not
dass er
playing
an
any
das
role
Ende der
here.
Welt
The
gekommen
Pound
ist.
wanted to show that
Und
he
er
has
zeigt
reached the
es
end of the
dadurch
world,
an, dass
and
er eine
he shows
Möglichkeit
this
der
by talking
lateinischen
about the
Übersetzung von
possibility
Andreas
of
Divus
using
aufgreift.
Andreas Divus'
Eine, wie
translation.
gesagt, Lectio difficilima
It is a
sozusagen,
lectio difficile.
Rursus auf Fluxum
Rursus
zu beziehen und somit
is
nicht
referred to
als eine
fluxum,
Konjunktion,
And thus
Rursus,
not to
also
read it as a
Aute,
conjunction,
wie zumeist
then
das Griechische gelesen
done
wird, zu
in
lesen,
German,
sondern
as the
als
Greek
eine
is
Bestimmung,
usually read,
welche
but as a
sich aus der
determination
Übersetzung von
that
Divus
results from the
ergibt.
translation of Divus.
Denn nun können wir flowing
Because
auf den
now we can
Ozean
refer
und
flowing
vermittels
to the
des
ocean,
Ozeans
and by
auf
means
die
of the ocean
Protagonisten des
to the
Stücks, Odysseus und
protagonists
seine
of the
Gefährten
play,
mitsamt Schiff
Odysseus
beziehen.
and his
Wir
vessel.
können uns nun fragen, meine Damen und Herren,
We can now ask ourselves why Pound accepts this possible error of translation. He seems to put up with it because he wants to show that where the underworld begins, nature reverses its flow, as it were that the usual directions of nature are reversed, and Pound seems to trace precisely this reversal in his translation itself, which also allows us to formulate an admonition to the philological consideration of this passage. If you walk this path with me, dear reader, then what you yourself consider to be right and wrong will thereby also be reversed. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention and for your patience.
Vielen Dank, Sergiusz Mirski, für diesen Vortrag. Es wäre jetzt die Möglichkeit, Fragen zu stellen. Ich sage das auch in Richtung Kamera für die Leute, die zu Hause das verfolgen. Wie gesagt, in einer englischen Übersetzung. Ich habe den Rechner offen und kann sozusagen im Chat lesen. Falls jemand eine Frage stellen möchte, kann er das über den Chat machen und wir hier können das sozusagen live, so live wir sind, machen. Jürgen, bitte.
Ich habe direkt eine einfache Frage, vielleicht eine philologische Frage. Ist die Übersetzung von Videos sprachlich unmöglich? Ist die falsch?
Nein.
Also ist es auch kein Fehler, wenn Pound sich darauf bezieht,
Nein.
sondern er schöpft sozusagen etwas tiefer als in der einfachen Lesart, in der gewöhnlichen Lesart, sondern hört da was anderes raus? Das ist die erste Frage. Ja, das ist möglich und insofern kein Fehler.
Ja, und aus meiner Sicht könnte das sogar auch ein Grund sein, warum Pound sich nicht direkt auf Homer bezieht. Ich meine, er hätte, selbst wenn ihm das Griechische abgegangen wäre, wovon ich nicht ausgehe, eine englische Übersetzung oder sonst eine Übersetzung neben Homer legen können und Homer selbst übersetzen können. Aber irgendetwas muss ihn an dieser Übersetzung von Andreas Divus so sehr bewegt haben, so sehr getroffen haben, dass er gerade diese Übersetzung für sein Gedicht heranzieht. Und wir müssen wenn wir das sehen, nicht? Wenn wir diese Möglichkeit ergreifen, also diese Lectiones difficilimae, das ist nur eine Stelle. Das wäre auch zum Beispiel etwas für ein digitales Projekt, all diese Stellen zusammen zu zeigen durch Kommentare, wie diese Stellen zu deuten wären, etc. pp. Wenn wir das in Rechnung stellen, dann gewinnt Homer selbst ungemein. Ja, dann können wir plötzlich, natürlich nach der Standardgrammatik ist Aute. Daran können wir nach der Standardgrammatik nicht rütteln. Aber wir können durch die Übersetzung von Andreas Divus eine neue Dimension dieses Gedichts selbst entdecken. Einen homeridischen Vers dazu dichten, der vielleicht nicht richtig ist, aber wahr.
Ich möchte gerne dabei bleiben, weil das ist ein Phänomen, mit dem ich mich seit ungefähr einem Jahr beschäftige, zwischendurch immer wieder, nämlich mit der Ebbe. Ich habe da eine Formulierung gefunden von einem Theater in Mailand und da ist von der Risaka die Rede, also von dem Rückzug eigentlich, ja, Rosus, ja, und zwar des Theaterstückes nach dem Ende zieht es sich zurück hinter die Kulisse. Und wenn man dem weiter nachgeht, kommt man dahin, dass wir relativ oberflächlich uns beeindrucken lassen sozusagen von der Flut, also was ankommt, was angespült wird. Aber die Herkunft der Flut ist das, wohin die Ebbe weist. Also die Ebbe weist eigentlich in den unergründlichen Ursprung. So.
wenn wir eine Datenbank hätten zu diesem Thema, würde ich diese Bemerkung 1:1 als Fußnote hinzusetzen.
Ich bin begeistert.
Ich kann nichts dazu ergänzen. Genau so ist es.
Könnte es auch sein, dass Pound die Übersetzung einer Übersetzung vorzieht, weil er vielleicht im Grunde genommen das völlig nicht definierbare einer mündlichen Überlieferung auch geben will. Man weiß ja, dass gerade in der mündlichen, also in der Oral Composition steht dem Sänger, stehen alle Möglichkeiten offen und er variiert und einmal ist es so und einmal ist es anders und einmal werden diese Formeln wieder umgewandelt und dazu kommt dann noch der kreative Teil der fehlerhaften Kopisten, die ja dann auch wiederum oft neu dichten, ohne es zu wollen. Also das Ganze wird zu einem echt magmatischen Element. Und so, glaube ich, ist gerade in dieses Palimpsest, die Vorstellung des Palimpsests als etwas, was im Grunde genommen immer wieder, wo fokussiere ich und ich kann vielleicht das herausholen. Dynamisch.
Ja, ganz herzlichen Dank für diese Frage. Beide Argumente verteidigen Pound zu Recht, wobei das erste Argument aus meiner Sicht stärker ist als das zweite. Aber nur das zweite Argument aus meiner Sicht gehört auf die Ebene, der Dichter hat halt seine Freiheiten. Das ist aber gerade etwas, was zu wenig ist aus meiner Sicht. Das ist, aber Oral Composition, das sagt er in der zitierten Passage auch selbst, der Buchstabe kann dem nicht genügen. Der Buchstabe kann den dichterischen Gehalt eines Gedankens nicht vollumfassend wiedergeben. Und dazu kommt noch, vollkommen richtig, was Sie sagen, die Tatsache, dass wir den überlieferten Homertext der Odyssee wie ein totes Monument behandeln, steht in krassem Widerspruch zur mündlichen Tradition dieser Homerdichtungen. Ja, das muss man 1:1, also das, was vor allem das erste Argument, was Sie genannt haben, dagegen ist in keiner Weise aus meiner Sicht etwas einzuwenden. Das zweite, wie gesagt, im modernen philologischen Diskurs schwächt Pound eher, als dass es ihn stärkt. Das würde ich noch ergänzen.
Seien Sie meinen banalen Zugang, bin nicht ganz in Ihrer Denkwelt zu Hause. Ich bin eine Journalistin, neugierig aber. Ich möchte wissen, was es für eine Konsequenz hat für die Philologen, diese Erkenntnis, dass das Richtige nicht immer das Wahre ist und eben anhand auch Ihres Beispiels. Was wird das für eine Konsequenz haben? So eine auch Entdeckung, möchte ich sagen, über Pound.
Also für die heutige Philologie wird das gar keine Konsequenz haben. Die heutige Philologie wird das entweder schlimmstenfalls ignorieren, bestenfalls zerfetzen. Sagen wir. Und tut das auch nicht. Also diese Unterscheidung zwischen einer richtigen und wahren Übersetzung spielt in der heutigen klassischen Philologie gar keine Rolle. Aber es ist etwas, was wir nicht nur an Pound anlegen müssen. Ne? Wenn wir zum Beispiel die heideggerischen Übersetzungen der antiker Autoren anlegen, wenn wir die Übersetzung von Zbigniew Herbert, des erwähnten polnischen Dichters, antiker Autoren anlegen, Es finden sich nur Fehler, es finden sich nur philologisch feststellbare Fehler. Aber diese Dichter bereichern die Interpretation ungemein. Sie wecken Begeisterung für die Antike. Also gerade heute Vormittag, schade, dass Sie nicht dabei waren, da war ein Schullehrer da, der mich zu Recht darauf hingewiesen hat, dass man vorsichtig sein müsse. Zunächst einmal geht es darum, grammatikalisch Richtiges zu lernen beim Übersetzen. Damit bin ich zu 100% einverstanden. Aber wir haben, und das sagte ich ihm auch, heute das Problem, dass die Begeisterung für die Antike immer mehr zurückgeht. Jetzt könnten wir sagen, ja na und, dann ist das halt so. Nein, das Problem dabei ist, dass uns dadurch unsere europäischen Wurzeln abhanden kommen. Und gerade vor dem Hintergrund einer politischen, ökonomischen, kulturellen Konsolidierung Europas wäre das wünschenswert. Nur wir erreichen Schüler heute nicht, indem wir sie nur, wir müssen sie auch darin schulen, Schüler, Studenten, indem wir sie nur und ausschließlich im historischen richtigen, grammatikalisch richtigen und falschen schulen. Ich hoffe, dass es eine Konsequenz geben wird, aber zunächst einmal geht es mir jetzt persönlich darum, nicht eine Wirkung zu entfalten dadurch, sondern das festzustellen, dass es so ist. Mehr, und damit ist meine Aufgabe erledigt sozusagen. Vielen Dank auch für diese Frage.
Gut, wenn es keine weiteren Fragen gibt, dann würde ich sagen, dass wir jetzt, es ist eine Kaffeepause vorgesehen und ich schaue gerade in die Augen, ob darauf Lust ist, aber mir scheint, dass es ist schon 16 Uhr. Ich würde aber trotzdem sagen, dass wir kurz, damit wir die Fotos für den nächsten Vortrag herrichten können, dass wir eine kurze Pause machen, wenn Sie einverstanden sind, dass wir vielleicht 10 Minuten Pause machen. Draußen gibt es einen Café und dass wir uns um 4:12 wieder treffen und weitermachen und wir in der Zwischenzeit den Umbau machen. Also, und sehen uns dann in 10 Minuten, 10 bis 12 Minuten.
Die Scheidung einreichen.
Ach so, okay.
Gestern angekommen und am Sonntagmorgen fahren.
Nee, warte, ich das
So what? Nicht so einfach.
sein.
Già, no, non l'avevo già salvata. Ah, no, ce l'ha che arriva. Com'è andato? Tutto bene? Ero un po' sì. No, non è andato bene. Ma sì, no, penso di no. Ok, no, mi ha chiesto di mettere le foto. Ok. La prima foto è questa, sì. Ah, l'ingrandimento. Va bene così? Va bene? Questo è un problema per la ripresa, mi sa.
Die Bilder sehen wir perfekt im Internet. Vielleicht hier ein bisschen nicht. Vielleicht hier drin ist ein bisschen so wieder. Ich muss noch wissen, wo das war. Qual è il tasto?
Così si va avanti. E basta. Così
Nel caso mi sbagliassi posso andare indietro.
Con questa. Con questa indietro la riporta.
Sì, sì.
Soprattutto alla luce di un segnale
Test.
Fein, dann fahren wir fort in unserem Programm mit dem zweiten Vortrag des heutigen Nachmittags. Und ich freue mich, dass Siegfried der Rachewilz sich bereit erklärt hat, diesen Vortrag für uns zu halten. Er hat uns in dieser ganzen Veranstaltungsreihe immer sehr unterstützt und ohne ihn wäre das alles nicht gewesen. Und es freut mich ganz besonders, dass Meran der Rachewilz auch zum Vortrag ist. Es ist immer eine besondere Freude, wenn sie in die Akademie kommt. Jetzt Siegfried Rachewilz vorzustellen, glaube ich, ist in den Boundianern wie Eulen nach Athen zu tragen, also ein profunder Kenner des Werks und auch der Biografie von Bound. Und ich habe jetzt in Vorbereitung auf den heutigen Nachmittag natürlich auch im Internet geschaut, was man findet, was ich sagen könnte. Und ich habe gesehen, dass er eine sehr, sehr ansprechende Internetseite hat und dort eben der Sohn hat das gemacht, sich dort eben dort als eine Berufsbezeichnung eben das anführt, wo sein Forschungshauptschwerpunkt liegt, nämlich in der Ethnologie. Siegfried der Rachewilz hat in New Jersey studiert, in Urbino studiert, er hat ein Doktorat in Harvard gemacht und in Innsbruck an der Universität, wo er auch gelegentlich unterrichtet, habilitiert. Es gibt von ihm außer Sachen zu Bound eine ganze Reihe von Publikationen, deren Titel man auf dieser Homepage findet. Publikationen eben ethnologischer Art, wo es um Sprache, Brauchtum, um die Weinkultur geht, um die Speisekultur geht und es dann auch regelmäßig Ausstellungen mit sehr schönen Begleitbänden auf der Brunnenburg gemacht. Und ein Band, der jetzt im Zusammenhang dieser Reihe vorgestellt wurde im letzten Samstag, davon habe ich schon gesprochen, der Band This I Learned in the Tyrol. Und der wird jetzt in Kürze dann erscheinen. Ich gebe Siegfried Drachewild das Wort und er wird uns einen Vortrag halten, der gegeben hat, Tempus Loquendi, Tempus Tacendi, Erinnerungen an Olga Rush.
Danke Ralf Lüfter und danke der
Grazie
Akademie
mille, grazie
für diese
all'Accademia per
Möglichkeit,
avermi dato questa
hier zu sprechen.
l'opportunità
Nach
di
dem
parlare
sehr Poundschen Vortrag, den wir
dopo
gerade
la relazione molto
gehört haben
interessante che
und
abbiamo appena
der
sentito.
eben eine wissenschaftliche Präzision
Thank you very much to the
an
Academy
den
and
Tag
thank you
gelegt,
all of you.
die
After this very interesting presentation, we are very glad
Diamond
the
Cuts
floor.
Through Diamond, also das ist immer sehr erbaulich und
this is something
auch
that
das,
is
was
attractive and
in der Tradition Pounds steht,
I
nämlich
believe
keine
that this is all in the
überflüssigen Worte
Pounds
und
tradition.
Gefühlsdusereien und dergleichen zu benutzen, während sie jetzt hingegen genau das Gegenteil bekommen, nämlich
after this very rich presentation, we're now going to proceed on a more simple level.
Ich steige hinab in
Would like
Erinnerungen,
to
aber es sind
take you in my
Erinnerungen
memories.
von Erinnerungen und zum Teil wiederum von Erinnerungen. Denn
My memories and people's memories, because I am here as the third or fourth generation.
Geschichte
Stories
soll näher ans
that-
Mikrofon kommen. Das ja.
Right, I'll try to speak a little bit closer to the microphone.
Die
Thank you.
Schrift, nicht die anderen. In feurigen Lettern
So,
kommt dann eine Mahnung.
thank you for letting me know. That was a warning, I presume. Anyway,
Erinnerungen, aber
so memories, I
einer
was
besonderen
saying,
Art.
memory of a very special
Zitat, ich muss das immer sagen,
kind.
weil es sonst bei den
Quotations, I will
gibt.
also mention
That
quotations.
that
Yes,
her
that with a
acts,
quotation.
Olga's acts of beauty be remembered. Her name was Courage and is written Olga. So schrieb Pound am
This is what
24.
Pound wrote,
August
4th of August
1966
1966,
und verfügte,
and
dass dies die letzten Zeilen des
these were
letzten
the
Kanto sein
last
sollten.
words
Whatever
of the
I might
last
write
canto,
in the interim,
in his
was
opinion.
immer ich inzwischen auch
Whatever
schreiben
I
soll.
might write in the intro.
Danach kamen
And then
auch keine weiteren
there
Kanten.
were
Das Tempus Tacendi
Tempus
legte sich wie ein
Tacendi
dunkler Mantel über Pounds Gemüt.
was
Und
laid
diese Zeilen,
on Pound's
man kann
spirit
sie
as a
auch
dark.
als eine nachträgliche Widmung und
And
zugleich
these
Wiedergutmachung verstehen,
lines
stellen nach Pounds
can be seen as an attempt of
seines
compensation,
Epos und
close,
seines weltumfassenden
Pounds' Epos.
Periplums dar.
and his worldwide periplum.
Zitat.
Quotation.
Dove sta memoria, where memory liveth. Zitat Ende. Meine Erinnerungen an meine Großmutter
My memories
sind
my
eine Kiste
grandmother
voller alter Fotos,
like
in
a
denen
basket
sich
full of
Augenblicke von selbst
full
Erlebtem
of old
mit
photos
Lichtbildern aus verschiedenen Familienalben vermischen.
different albums.
Denn ich habe vieles von dem, was meine Großmutter
And
und
I
meine
have
Mutter
really many
in
memories
ihren
many photographs of my mother, my grandmother, all told me about their own memories of the Netherlands, what they had experienced in that time.
Was war Olga für
What
ein
type of
Mensch?
person was Olga?
Welche Erfahrungen
Which
hatten sie
experiences
geprägt?
had
Schon als Kind war sie es gewohnt,
molded her?
ein
As a
seminomadisches Leben
child, she
zu
was
führen.
used to a nomadic
In Amerika
life.
geboren,
She was
mit
born
9
in
Jahren
America.
in eine
At 9
Klosterschule
years
nach
of
England
age, she
geschickt,
went to the UK,
wurde die Musik
where she
ihre wahre
studied,
Heimat.
and it was her homeland.
Zu ihren
her real
liebsten
homeland.
Kindheitserinnerungen,
Amongst her
die sie
memories
auch mit uns teilte, zählten
that she
die
shared with us,
Aufenthalte bei ihrer Tante
I remember
Aunt Lou
when she stayed
Burt
with her
Baines, New Hampshire.
Aunt Lou Burt Baines in New
Dessen
Hampshire.
Mann,
Husband,
Baines, wir sehen
Harold
ihn hier im
Baines,
Bild,
that we can see here in this
ein
picture,
Pionier
was a
des
pioneer
Tierschutzes war.
of animal
Mitbegründer
protection.
American Bison Society
And
zum Schutz
he
der wenig
founded the
verbliebenen
American Bison
Bisons.
Society to protect
und
the
der als
lost
Ornithologe
bisons.
den Kampf
He was
gegen
an
die damalige
ornithologist
Mode,
and fought
Vogelfedern
against fashion of
Frauenhüte
wearing
zu
bird
verwenden, anführte.
feathers on ladies' hats.
Harold Baines
Harold Baines
zahlreiche Bücher,
wrote many books,
hauptsächlich über Tiere,
predominantly about
die er
animals
gerettet und aufgezogen hatte,
he had
so wie Jimmy,
rescued and he looked
das
after,
Bärenjunge,
like Jimmy,
dessen Mutter von
the
Jägern
young
getötet worden
bear
war.
whose mother to look, or that she used to look with
Eine
mother,
begabte
the
Sängerin,
rest of a
Links
housewife,
Arthur, der
and
später
there
ersetzt.
should replace
Die
the
Bücher von
present
Harold Baines,
father. Harold
zahlreichen
Baines
Fotos.
last cantos. But
August
let's make a big
1903.
jump forward.
Pound
August
und Olga haben sich bei einem Fest
23.
chez Nathalie Barney in Paris kennengelernt und verliebt.
Olga and Van have known each other
Nun
at a
zeigt
party and they've
Pound
fallen in
seiner
love
Geliebten
with each other.
einige
Pound is
Schauplätze
showing
seiner
his
Dichtung,
lover
natürlich
some passages
vorwiegend
of
zu
his
Fuß.
poem and some areas
Dazu
that are connected
gehörten
to them.
Ussel und Ventadour
Ussel
in der
Bondadour,
Dordogne,
in the
Limousin,
Dordogne, Limousin,
die Ruine
the
der Burg
ruins
Ventadour,
of the
von
castle
dem sein
Ventadour,
Lieblingstroubadour Bernard de Ventadour
where
seinen Namen
Bernard
hat
de Ventadour takes his name,
und viele andere auch.
and many other places.
Olga hat zu diesem
Olga
Zeitpunkt eine West
has
Pocket Kodak
Already a Kodak
Kamera
photo
erstanden.
camera.
Es war
It
die
used to be
Kamera, mit
called
der
Pocket Kodak.
viele englische
The
Soldaten in
photograph
die
with which
Schützengräben
she
gezogen sind.
has taken many
Das Modell wurde
pictures.
1926 von einem
That
anderen
was
abgelöst.
discontinued in
Und sie
1926.
fotografierte fleißig drauf
Olga
los.
is taking pictures
Die
everywhere.
Bilder
The
waren
pictures
nicht viel größer als eine Briefmarke,
are as small as
4
a postmark.
Zentimeter, 4,5 Zentimeter mal 6 Zentimeter,
4.5
meist aber sehr scharf.
times
Hinter
6 centimeters, but
einem
they were nice and
dieser
clear.
kleinen Aufnahmen ihres Reisegefährten
Here we can
schrieb
see
sie, Zitat,
her
"Note how
writing.
elegant a gentleman could be, walking 25 kilometers a day with a rucksack. In those days, no hitchhiking." Zitat Ende. Viele Jahre später, als ich mit meiner alten Susanna,
Many years later
mein
on,
rechtsgesteuerter Käfer,
when I went
die Roads of France
with my
abgefahren
old
bin,
car
auf der Suche nach Sirenen in romanischen Kirchen,
looking
kam mir das in den Sinn.
for Roman
Manchmal nahm
churches,
auch Pound die Kamera in die
I
Hand,
remembered
offensichtlich
that very often also
nicht mit
Pound
demselben
took
Geschick
photographs.
wie Olga,
He was not as good
denn
as
sehr
Olga
häufig sind die Aufnahmen
because
von ihr
frequently
schlecht
the
fokussiert.
pictures with Olga in it are
Ein
not
Omen?
exactly focused. Was this an omen?
Okay, ja. Nun aber ist Olga schwanger.
And now Olga
Sie will ihm einen
is
Sohn
pregnant
gebären.
and she will give him
Die
a
Art, wie sie
son.
ihm das mitteilt, ist typisch
And she's
für
telling him
ihren
about this in her typical
selbstsicheren, no
way.
fuss, no frills Charakter.
She is a no fuss,
Guess
no
boss.
frill lady.
Steht im lakonischen Telegramm,
Guess boss.
das
That's
sie
what
ihm
she
nach
writes
Taormina
in
schickt.
the telegram that she sends to him to
Und Dorothy
Taormina.
hatten Sizilien
Ipe and Dorothy
bereist, um
had
festzustellen, ob sie sich dort
gone to Sicily
niederlassen könnten,
and were trying
entschieden
to
sich
see
dann
whether
aber
they
für
would
Rapallo.
decide to live there. But
Den
actually they
Rest
decided
wird
for
Olga
Rapallo.
alleine erledigen,
And all the rest was done by
ihre
Olga on
uneheliche
her own.
Schwangerschaft zu verheimlichen,
To hide
Karriere
her
gefährdet
pregnancy
hätte,
that would have jeopardized her
zieht sie
career,
sich nach Sirmione zurück,
she
von
went to
wo sie sich
Sirmione
nach einem noch abgelegeneren Sanatorium erkundigt.
and
Sie
she
verbringt die Zeit
found a
mit dem
sanatorium
Kopieren
where she spent her
von
time
Musikpartituren.
copying
Es wird eine
musical
schwere Frühgeburt.
compositions.
Und es wurde auch kein Leoncino, sondern eine Leoncina.
And it was not
Olga
a little lion,
verbarg
but a little
ihre
lioness that was
Enttäuschung
born.
und gab ihr den
Olga was
Namen Mary,
disappointed and named her Mary,
nach dem englischen Nursery Rhyme,
according to the
Mary,
English
Mary,
nursery
quite
rhyme.
contrary.
Mary, Mary, quite contrary.
Olga wollte nicht stillen, das
Olga did
Frühchen
not
nahm
want to
keine
nurse
Nahrung
the
zu
baby.
sich. Man befürchtete das Schlimmste.
And everybody
Dann
was
trat
thinking the
Hermes
worst might happen.
auf den
But
Plan,
then Hermes,
der Gott des
appeared.
glücklichen Fundes.
the god of
Im selben Sanatorium hatte eine Bäuerin aus Geist,
findings,
Johanna
in the
Marcher,
very same
ein
sanatorium,
totes Kind auf
there
die Welt
was
gebracht,
a lady from Guys
Es wurde
who had
vorgeschlagen,
had a
sie
dead
als
baby,
Amme
and she
anzuheuern.
was proposed
Und,
as a nursing mother.
wie meine Mutter schreibt,
And
die
My
beiden
mother
fanden
wrote
zueinander.
that the nursing mother
Dieser
and the
kleine
baby got
Zettel
on
ist
very
das
well
einzige
together. And this
verbliebene
little piece of
Zeichen
paper is the only
Einer Kommunikation,
sign of a
im
possible
Sanatorium,
communication in the
eine
sanatorium. A
Kontaktherstellung
contact
zwischen
that
Olga
was established
und der
between
Familie
Olga
Jakob Marchers.
and the Jakob Marchers family.
Es war Olga, die den Samerhof zuerst inspizierte
So
und sich
Olga
von der
went to
Sauberkeit
see
und Verlässlichkeit
the house and decided
des
that it
Ehepaars
was
Marcher
clean
überzeugte.
and reliable.
Diese Geschichte
And
hat Mary in ihrer Autobiografie des
this
Gressons
story is described in
mit viel
her
Details
autobiography with a lot of details.
und Zartgefühl erzählt.
And
Dass es auch für die nächste Generation
also for
ein
the
Home
following
away from home
generation,
wurde,
this became a
wird
home
auch
away from
anderswo
home.
in unserem Buch erzählt wird.
But this is very well described in the book.
So stark und selbstsicher
So
sie sich auch gab, für Olga, die das alles allein durchstehen musste,
Olga, who had to do everything on
war
her
es eine
own,
schwierige Herausforderung, an der sie beinahe
took
zerbrochen
on
wäre.
this very difficult challenge.
Und wieder kramen wir ein kleines Kodak-Bildchen aus der Kiste
And
heraus.
Here we can find another
die
small
kleine
Kodak
Mary
photo showing Mary as a young girl
In einem Zimmer des Hotel Post
in
in
a room
Bruneck
of
zeigt.
Hotel Post in Bruneck.
Man hatte ihr eine Schüssel mit Plastikentchen hin zum Spielen
She
hingestellt.
was playing with some
Es muss wohl
plastic
etwas Wasser
cups
verschüttet worden sein und die
and
Kleine
apparently
steckt
some water had fallen on the floor
sich im gespielten Entsetzen
and
die Hände
she
in die Haare.
is petrified by
Dahinter
what has happened.
aber hat
In the background,
die einsame Olga geschrieben.
or better said, in the back of the photograph,
This is the way
Olga
we look
writes,
when
"This is the way
feeling
we look when
His
feeling
Majesty
His
has been
Majesty
gone
has been
a
gone
long time.
a long time.
Ob sie dieses Bildchen je verschickt hat,
We don't know whether
aber
this
aus der
bill
verbliebenen
has ever
Korrespondenz
been
geht klar
sent,
hervor,
but
wie einsam sich die geheime Geliebte
it is
und
clear
Mutter oft fühlt.
that she felt very
Man könnte zwar
lonely.
argumentieren,
We could say
dass sie sich
that
das alle selbst eingebrockt hat
it
und
was
sich
her own
zudem
fault
wie eine Rabenmutter benommen hatte.
and that she had
Dazu
behaved
muss auch gesagt werden, dass es zu dieser
as a
Zeit
terrible mother.
durchaus
But we have
üblich
to
war,
say that at that time
Kleinkinder
it was normal
außer Haus zu geben oder von irgendwelchen Tanten
leave
erziehen zu
children
lassen.
with aunts or
In
with other
bürgerlichen
people
Kreisen
that would take care
hat
of them.
man es aus Gründen der Konvenienz
So it
Arme
was more
mussten es
convenient to
tun, ihre
proceed
Kinder vor
in
dem
this
Hungertod
way.
zu bewahren. Was uns Olgas kleine Lichtbilder vor Augen führen,
So these small pictures of
ist
Olga's
das, der
are
bisher nur mit
showing
Cantos, Confucius und
that
Konzerten
cantos,
beschäftigte
Confucius
Vater
and concerts that were
eine
keeping the
wachsende
father so
Zuneigung zu seiner
busy.
kleinen Leoncina
Nevertheless, the father became
empfand.
very keen about his
Fast
little
immer
lioness.
stand Olga hinter der Kamera,
Olga
aber es
is
gibt auch
very
einige
frequently
wenige
portrayed in
Aufnahmen,
photographs.
die sie als Mutter
Sorry,
zeigen,
Olga takes many photographs.
wobei
But we have very
beiderseits
few pictures where she
eine
is portrayed
gewisse
as a mother.
Verlegenheit zutage
And
tritt.
we can see that she was a little bit unused to that.
Mehr als Worte vermögen diese Sofortaufnahmen auszudrücken,
These
sind die Selfies jener
Photographs
Zeit,
are the selfies at that time, and
die
they tell us more than
1935
many
in einem
words.
Fotoautomaten am
In
Bahnhof von Venedig
35,
entstanden.
they were taken in
Laut
Venice.
Internet wurden die ersten Fotokabinen in Italien erst im Jahre
The
1962
first cabins
installiert. Offenkundig Fake
were
News.
installed in that period in Italy. The first
Das Bild
photo
einer
booths where you
Frau,
could take this automated
die allein am
photographs.
Fenster sitzt,
And
kann allerlei
We have
Assoziationen hervorrufen.
impression that
Meist geht es um Einsamkeit,
in most cases
Isolation,
these are photographs of
Verlassensein. Das gehört noch zu den
isolation,
mütterlichen Bildern.
abandonment,
Ja.
loneliness.
Walt Whitman besingt im 11. Song of Myself eine junge, aber nunmehr alternde Dame,
Here
die
we
hinter
have
verschlossenen
a
Fenstern
young
neben
lady
eine
behind
Schar badender Männer
bars in
beobachtet.
a
Zitat,
window
"She
looking
hides
at the
handsome and
world.
richly dressed
Quotation.
aft the blinds of her window." Das Motiv wird immer wieder aufgegriffen, von T.S. Eliot, düsteren Morning at
There's
the
always
window,
T.S.
bis
Eliot's
zu Bella at the window in der Twilight Zone.
sentences that
Unvergänglich
recur,
bleibt aber Woody Guthrie's Folksong
and
At My Window, sad and lonely.
we can see the sadness
Oftentimes
and the
I think of
loneliness.
thee, sad and lonely, and I wonder.
Often I think about the
do you
sad and
ever think
lonely,
of me?
and I wonder,
Olga
oh, what
at
this
the
is.
window.
So this is
Dazu
Olga at the
wenige
window.
Bilder mit starker Aussagekraft.
So we
verschwommen
also
sie
have
auch
some
sein
photographs
mögen.
that
Weiß nicht, ob man es
tell us a
erkennen
lot,
kann.
even though they're not so crispy
Das
and
erste stammt
clear.
aus der Walking Tour.
So we have
Frankreich
photographs of a walking tour in
1923.
France
Man erkennt gerade
in
noch Olga,
23,
die hinter einem vergitterten Turmfenster steht.
and
14 Jahre später
40 years later,
nimmt sie das
14
Bildchen
years
wieder
later,
in die Hand und schüttet auf der Rückseite ihr Herz aus.
she is writing
Zitat.
what her heart tells
She
her.
is still inside in the dark. Being free is liberty to move on the board in all directions. Trouble is, she has not the soul of a pawn, and that is what he would like her to be. Or else, get off my board. datiert 1923,
1923, and this was written in 1947. So, in a moment when Pound himself was behind bars, another picture shows Olga looking out of the window of the pension in Venice. EP took this photograph, and the date is 27, the time when they started with the house in Calle Perini. As this picture is showing us, here we can see Olga in front of the door with the lovely dress that she bought with the money that her father had sent her. And in this picture, when she worked in Siena, has a black background, and she's shown as a Haft lady.
Es folgt ein düsteres
Now
Bild,
we
das
have
aber eine hoffnungsvolle Botschaft enthält.
a darker
Es zeigt die verschlossenen Fensterläden der
photograph
Casa
with the
Sessanta in
closed
Sant'Ambrogio. Auf der Rückseite
window of the house in Sant'Ambrogio.
hat Olga
And
die
at the back of the
aufmunternden Worte
photograph, we
geschrieben,
can read Olga's
Zitat,
words,
and that the
quotation,
shutters should be open and will be soon. Zweimal unterstrichen.
so soon
aus der
has
Zeit
been underlined twice.
In Haftierung. Schließlich
That was the time when Pound
noch
was
ein Foto aus den
imprisoned.
last 10
And
years.
now a photograph for the last 10 years.
Giorgia Lazzaretto hier eine sehr einfühlsame Ausstellung gemacht hat.
A very beautiful photograph.
Es zeigt Olga und EP am Fenster eines
It
Palazzo
shows
in
Olga and
Spoleto.
EP at the window of the Palazzo in Spoleto.
Gewissermaßen ein Logensitz für das Festival in der darunterliegenden Piazza.
They're looking at a festival
Es ist
in the
ein
square
melancholisches Bild.
below. It is a
EP in
melancholic
sich versunken,
photograph.
das Schweigen hat ihn
EP
vollen Griff.
is lost in
Und
himself.
auch Olga scheint
He
abwesend.
is not
Aber dennoch
speaking
zufrieden.
anymore, and
Denn sie
Olga
hat nun den
also
Mann,
looks
den sie
absent-minded.
liebt, ganz
But
für sich.
she's happy because she has the man she
Dieser
loves
Teil
all for herself.
Zweite nennt sich A Love Story.
And the second part of my presentation has a title, A
Was
Love
hinter diesen
Story.
Bildern steckt, ist eine
What is
Love
behind
Story,
these
die sich
photographs?
durchaus
A love
mit
story.
den großen Liebesgeschichten
A love
der
story that
Literatur
can be
messen kann.
compared with the
Man könnte es auch
grand
sagen,
love stories of the
es
literature.
ist eine filmreife
We
Story.
could also say that it is a story that
Liebesbotschaften,
you could make a
die der
film
eingesperrte
of.
Dichter aus dem Lager von Pisa an Olga schickt,
all what
sind
the
zwar
poet
verschlüsselt,
writes
sie lassen sich
from
aber
his prison
mit
in
etwas
Pisa
Perseveranz
to Olga
ausmachen und lösen bzw. lesen.
is something
In Kantor 74
that is beautiful to
schwimmt
read. In
Pound
Canto
in einem
74,
Meer von
Pound is
Erinnerungen,
swimming in
immer
a
wieder
sea of
ertönt
memories
auch Musik.
with music,
Dazu gehören Fragmente von
fragments,
Liedern, Geräusche
from
aus dem Camp
songs,
und die Klänge der
noises
Natur.
from the camp, and the sounds of
Die
nature.
Erinnerungen
The
an
memories,
gemeinsame Zeiten mit
memories
Olga
of the time spent together with
beginnen
Olga,
mit der französischen Fußreise.
begin
walking
with the French
Zitat.
walking tour.
Il
Quotation.
triste pensier si volge a Dussel, a Ventadour va il consire, e il tempo rivolge, and at Limoges. We will see those old roads again? Question. Possibly. But nothing appears much less likely. Zitat Ende. Und wird wenig später wieder aufgegriffen mit dem
Later on, this
musikalischen
is
Motiv der zwei
combined
Versen im
with the musical
Kontrapunkt.
motive.
Zitat. Two
Quotation.
larks in contrapunto at sunset, Quintenerische. Für jeden, der auch nur einen Hauch von
For
Dante
all
in der Schule
those who have studied Dante
mitbekommen
at
hat,
school,
ist das Schlüsselwort
this
Quintenerische
Quintenerische,
hier kombiniert
combined
mit
with
Sunset,
sunset,
ein, wie man sagt, dead giveaway,
a dead
ein leicht
giveaway.
erkennbares Zeichen.
So a sign, a
Für ein
recognizable
längeres Zitat
side for a
aus der
longer
Divina
quotation
Commedia.
from the Divina Commedia.
Oratorio, 8. Gesang. Zitat. Era già l'ora che volge il disio ai naviganti e intenerisce il core di candetto ai dolci amici addio. Es ist die Stunde, die die Sehnsucht
it's
des
a
der
time
Schiffer erweckt, die weicher
Of
macht die
melancholy
Herzen
and
am Tag,
homesickness.
wo sie von lieben Freunden schieden. Das ist die antiquierte Übersetzung von Karl Witte. An welche Dolce Amica diese Botschaft gerichtet ist,
So
lässt sich leicht erraten.
it is clear to whom
Wird zudem
this message is
bestätigt
sent to.
durch eine
And this is
Liebesbotschaft,
confirmed
die Pound
by a message
mit
sent
diesem
by
Zitat
Pound with
und
this
dem Bild
quotation
eines
and
Engels
the
mit der
picture
Geige
of an
unter
angel
besseren
with the
Umständen an
violin
Olga geschickt haben muss, und die als
that
Teil
he is sent
dieser
on a different
Ausstellung
occasion to Olga.
der
And which is
10
also
years
part of
in
this
einer
exhibition,
Vitrine
the
an
last
dem
10 years,
anderen Ende dieses Saales
so you can see it at
zu sehen
the
ist.
back of this room.
2 Zeilen später wird der musikalische Faden wieder
2
aufgegriffen
lines
mit dem wiederkehrenden
later,
Zitat aus
we
der Naht
find
der
the
Ventadour,
musical motif
vielleicht
again
bekanntesten Gedicht
with the
Canveia
most famous
lauseta
poem.
mover de Joan Cesalas que sublia es laissa cader. Wenn ich die Lerche sehe, wie
When I
sie
see
voller
the
Freude
larches
der Sonne entgegenfliegt,
that
wie sie
fly
sich dann
towards the
vor
sun,
Lebenslust vergisst und fallen lässt.
I understand
Laissa cader.
that their love for life
Nur einige Seiten
make them
später
fall
kehrt die
down.
Erinnerung an Olga
A couple of
wie
pages
eine mächtige Woge wieder zurück
later, the memory of
Diesmal
Olga
evoziert
is back,
durch
and
eine jener
now it is
Fotominiaturen,
evoked
die hier schon fast zur Ikone wird.
with a miniature photograph
Olga
that
am
has
Fenster,
become iconic. This is
Im
Olga
Gegenlicht mit
in front
Geige,
of the
eine
window
Göttin.
with her violin,
Dazu die
a
nunmehr
goddess,
berühmten
and
Verse,
here the well-known
Zitat.
writing.
Time is the evil, beloved, beloved the hours, brododactylos, as against the half-light of the window, with the sea beyond, making horizon. Le contre-jour, the line of the cameo profile, to carve Achaia, a dream passing over the face in the half-light. Venere, Citerea, aut Rhodon, vento ligure veni. Protodactylos, das ist rosy finger.
Protodactylus means rosy fingers.
The dawn, das Morgenlicht mit den rosigen Fingern.
So the dawn with its rosy
Schon zuvor
fingers.
war Pound in Gedanken zurückgekehrt an die
So
gemeinsame Zeit in
Pound is
Paris,
thinking about the time they
als sie
spent
ihre Haare
together
in
in
Locken
Paris,
trug und rot färbte,
when
angeblich
she
zu
colored
Ehren
or
des hohen
dyed
Priesters
her
Vivaldi.
hair
Und hier nehme ich jetzt ein
in
Bild
honor
vorweg,
of
das wir heute noch
Vivaldi.
sehen werden. Ich habe kein anderes aus dieser Zeit. Zitat: In that
Quotation.
year she did her hair in small ringlets, a la 1880. It might have been red. And the dress she wore, Drecol or Lanvin, a great goddess, Aeneas knew her forthwith. Und gleich danach Zitat,
Afterwards,
"An eucalyptus, that is for memory." Als man ihn in Sant'Ambrogio verhaftete, steckte er eine Eukalyptuskappe in die Tasche und trug sie danach immer bei sich. Pound sitzt in seinem Käfig und sieht die
Pound is
Pisaner
sitting
Berge,
in his
Teil der apuanischen Alpen im
cage
Hintergrund.
and thinks about all
Und er
these
vergleicht den
things.
Gedanken mit anderen Bergen,
And is thinking
wie
about
den
the
Mount Taishan
mountains
in China, eines der 5 heiligen
Taishan
Berge des Taoismus,
in
und
China,
Mount Chocorua in
Taoism,
New Hampshire,
and
ein Berg, der
the
eigentlich
mount
zu
in New
Olgas
Hampshire.
Kindheitserinnerungen gehörte,
This was
in
part
dessen
of
Nähe der schon
her
erwähnte
memories as a
Lieblingsonkel Harold
child.
Keynes und ihre Tante Lou wohnten. Nach ihrem Tod ließ Tante Lou ihre Asche und die ihres Mannes
So,
auf den Mount Chocorua ausstreuen.
remembering
Ich hatte diesen Berg
all these
2 Monate
mountains.
lang täglich vor Augen, als
I've
ich im
seen for
Sommer
2 months
69
this
als
mountain
Chauffeur und
in
Fotolehrling
69,
von Marion Morehouse, der Witwe
when
von E.
I
Cummings,
took Marion
mir das
Morehouse
Geld für mein erstes Auto
there
verdiente. Aber das
to
ist eine
earn
andere
some
Geschichte.
money as a driver, but that's another
Zu
story.
Olgas wenigen Erinnerungsstücken aus ihrer amerikanischen Zeit
The
gehört
few
auch ein
memories
außergewöhnliches
of
Buch,
Olga's
das
American
ihr Großvater vererbt hatte.
include a book that her grandfather
The Art
had
of Angling
inherited,
bei Charles
The Art
Bowker,
of Angling,
1892
1829
in
by
Ludlow
Charles
erschienen.
Bulker of Ludlow.
Es enthält Anleitungen zur
It contains
Herstellung von
indication
künstlichen Fliegen zum Fliegenfischen,
for the production
wozu
of
Federn, unter anderem
flies
Federn
for
verschiedener
fly
Vögel
fishing,
verwendet wurden.
making use of feathers of different
Das
birds.
Buch enthält
And the book
nebst den Einleitungen auch 17 fertige Fliegen,
contains indications to make
wie
17
aus dem Bild
different
ersichtlich ist.
flies,
Hatte
as
Pound
you can see
offensichtlich
here.
dieses Buch gezeigt.
Olga had
Und
shown this
schon
book
in
to
Kanto
Pound,
51
and
zitierte er ausgiebig
in Canto 51 he actually quotes
als
about this,
Beispiel von großer
mentions it
Geschicklichkeit
as
und
an example
Kunstfertigkeit seitens von
of
Nicht-Ästheten.
dexterity
Zitat,
and artistry.
Great
Quotation.
art in devising fish bait by non-aesthetes, aus einem Brief an Eva Hesse. Einer weißbrüstigen Schwalbe, die an seinem Käfig vorbeiflog,
As
vertraute
a
in
swallow
Kanto
flew by
76
his
eine
cage,
letzte verzweifelte Liebesbotschaft.
wrote another love
Oh,
message.
Zitat,
Quotation.
"Oh, white-chested Martin, God damn it, as no one else will carry a message, say to La Cara, Amo, her bedposts are of sapphire, for this stone gives sleep." Die Love Story ist noch lange nicht zu Ende, aber die Zeit für meine Ausführungen schon.
The love story is not finished, but the time for my
daher ist es
presentation is
notwendig,
over.
wieder
Therefore, it is
einige
necessary
Sprünge zu wagen.
to make a few
Grandpa
more leaps.
Ist in St. Elizabeth
Grandfather is
und
in
versucht
St.
von
Elizabeth
dort
and is trying
zur Erziehung seiner Enkelkinder
from
beizutragen.
to participate
Granny
to the education of
assistiert,
his grandchildren,
indem
Granny
sie zum Beispiel
is of help
die vielen
because
Zeitungsausschnitte
she
von
is
Tieren,
showing the
vor allem von
different
Katzen,
pictures of animals,
Äh,
predominantly cats,
die
from the
über den
newspapers.
Ozean zur Brunnenburg gelangen, sammelt und in einen
She
großen
collects
Kalender
them
einklebt,
and
damit sie nicht verloren
glues
gehen.
them in a large calendar so that they're not
Pound
lost.
Vorliebe für Katzen wird
Pound
von Olga
loved
geteilt.
cats, and Olga
Sie
loves
sprechen
cats too.
miteinander
So they
Katzensprache.
actually speak
Sie
cat
haben selbst
language
nie
with
eine
each
Katze.
other.
Ihre Liebe
They never have a cat
gilt streunenden Katzen.
because they love stray
Und
cats.
Olga berichtet nach St. Elizabeth von
And
solchen, die auf ihn warten, weil sie gewohnt waren,
is-
von ihm gefüttert zu werden.
actually talking about
Hier
this.
sieht man Olga,
And
die
we
eine
can
Katze
see
im
her
See
here
nach
taking
füttert.
care of a stray
Und das ist
cat.
ein
And this is a picture,
berühmtes Bild
a
aus der
famous
späteren Zeit,
picture
Pound und seine Katze.
of Pound and his cats.
Über Katzen in den Kantos ist, soweit ich weiß, noch kein eigener Beitrag geschrieben worden.
I
Ich
don't think
denke,
anything was ever
das
written
wäre
in the
ein sehr
cantos
ergiebiges
about
Thema.
cats.
Wie schon bei meiner Mutter ging es wieder um das Erlernen von Sprachen.
Of course, it was also a matter of
Die wir in
learning
unserer
languages,
Dorfschule nur dürftig oder gar nicht erlernen konnten.
languages that we could not
Also
learn in our
las
village
Granny
or
zum
in our
Beispiel
school.
auf Italienisch,
This is why Granny used to read
ja, noch
Pinocchio
Katzen,
in
Katzen auf der Brunnenburg
Italian.
und Katzen in Venedig.
So these are more pictures of cats in Brunenburg and in Venice.
Las Olga
So I was saying
las
that Olga,
aus
our
Pinocchio
granny, was
vor
reading
und
Pinocchio
auf
to
Englisch
us in Italian
aus Babes
and
in the Woods
Babes in the Woods in English.
oder aus anderen
Or she
traumatisierenden
used to read
Geschichten
about
aus den
other
Kanon
traumatizing
der
stories
viktorianischen, unter
from
Anführungszeichen,
the
Kinderliteratur.
Victorian children
Unser
literature.
Englisch lernten wir anhand
We
von
learned
Nursery Rhymes.
English based on
This
nursery
is the house
rhymes.
that Jack built, Humpty
This is the
Dumpty
house that
und so
Jack
weiter.
built, Humpty Dumpty, and so on and so forth.
Manchmal kam Granny
And
zu uns.
sometimes Granny came to us.
Hier hilft sie
Here, for
mir,
instance, you
meinen
can see her helping
Lieblingskletterbaum, einen
me
Sequoia, zu
climbing
erklimmen.
on my favorite tree, a
Wie der
sequoia
verrückte
tree.
Schwabe, der die Brunnenburg-Ruine zu einem Märchenschloss umbaute, auf eine der Terrassen
And
gepflanzt hatte.
we can see the beautiful surrounding.
Manchmal brachte sie manchmal brachte sie Musiker und
She
Gelehrte mit.
brought
Sie besuchte
musicians
mit ihnen Schloss Tirol.
and
Sie erklärte
people
sich bereit,
of
uns
culture
einen
and
Esel
visited South
zu
Tyrol.
spendieren, um die Transporte vom Dorf
And she
zur
provided
Burg zu
us
erleichtern.
with a donkey
Viel
so
öfters
that
Wurden wir
it
nach
was
Santa
easier
Ambrogio
to move.
oder nach Venedig
Very
in die
often
Ferien
we
verschickt.
actually spent our holidays
Calle
in
Perini,
Sant'Ambrogio or
Festa.
Venice, as you can see in this photograph, in the Calle Perini.
Wie schon ihre Mutter hatte
Just
sich
like
Granny
her
erfolgreich
mother,
gegen das
also
Erlernen
Granny
hausfraulicher Kenntnisse gewehrt.
Was
Sie
against
konnte partout nicht
learning
kochen
being a
und wir Kinder
housewife,
starrten stundenlang
She couldn't
auf
cook
die
anything.
Wassersuppe,
and we spent hours
darin
in front
schwimmende
of the
Buchstaben,
watery
die
soup
uns in der Casa
that she
60 in
prepared in
Sant'Ambrogio
Casa
vor die Nase
60
gestellt wurden.
in Sant'Ambrogio.
Natürlich so lange, bis wir sie
Of course.
widerwillig.
We had to sit
Ausgeschlürft
there
hatten.
until we had
Sant'Ambrogio,
it all.
ein Déjà-vu.
Sant'Ambrogio in
Ich
Déjà vu.
verspürte dasselbe
Déjà vu.
Heimweh,
I
wie
felt
meine Mutter als
homesick,
Kind schon
exactly
verspürt hatte.
like my mother probably
Besonders
did when she
schlimm
was
war
a
es nach dem
child.
Mittagessen, als der obligate
Lunchtime was the
Pisolino
worst because
auf dem
after that
Programm
we
stand.
had to
draußen nur das grelle
have a
Licht
nap. That was
der
compulsory.
mediterranen Mittagssonne,
And there was a beautiful
Und das
light outside of the
unaufhörliche Zirpen der
Mediterranean
Zikaden
area. We could hear the
tief unten, wenn
cicadas
man durch die
singing,
Jalousien blickte,
and
das tiefe
looking
Blau
outside of the
und
window,
das Schimmern des
we
Meeres.
could see the beautiful blue color of
Stille.
the sea. In the
Auf den
house,
weißen
it was
Wänden
only
Im
silence.
Speisezimmer Max Ernst zarte Muscheln, im Gang eine Geige,
So
ein
we
Strohhut
had
und Hemingways
the
Haifischgebiss.
violin, a straw
Seltsam,
hat,
wie traurig
and
ist das sich regelmäßig
interesting
wiederholende Glockenspiel.
memorabilia of Max Ernst and Hemingway.
Es war so fremdartig, so anders als das
Everything was
Wimmeln
completely
unserer Glocken.
different, including the music that was totally different from the
Pisolino
sound
durfte ich
of
hinüber
our bells.
Schlendern zum
After the
Gemüse,
nap,
zur Gemischtwarenhandlung
I
war
was
dann, das war
allowed
die
again
Eintragung
to stroll in the
Gästebuch
area
von Schloss
close
Tirol,
to the
die
church.
vorkommen sollen. Hier kommt jetzt
And
die
now
Gemischtwarenhandlung
we
im
can see
Negozio ober der
the
Kirche.
shop close to the church.
Auch hier hingen damals über der Theke ganze Bündel getrockneter Stockfische,
Also here you could
die
find
einen
some
seltsamen
stockfish
Geruch verbreiteten.
that was prepared directly in the shop.
Weil sich hier meine geliebte Coppa del Nonno
Here I was able to buy my favorite Coppa del Mondo, famous type of ice
Bis
cream.
ich wieder zur Casa 60 zurückkehrte,
And then I had to go
war
back
das
to
Café
Casa
Eis
60.
fertig. Eines muss man Granny lassen.
But we
Sie
have to
konnte
acknowledge
aus
the following.
zusammengeschobenen, manchmal aufgestapelten Truhen ein komfortables
Out of her
Bett
trunks,
herzaubern.
she was able
So habe ich
to
sowohl in Rapallo als
work the
auch in
magic of a
Venedig,
comfortable bed to sleep on.
auf dem
So
Archiv meines
both in Rapallo
Großvaters
and
sehr oft
in
geschlafen.
Venice,
Einen
I
Sommer in Sant'Ambrogio hatte ich den Mund.
spent the
und musste
nights
das
on a
Bett
bed
hüten.
on top of the archives of
Olga
my
ging ein
grandfather.
paar Mal die Woche nach Rapallo hinunter.
So Olga
brachte
used to
mir
go to Rapallo from
eine
Sant'Ambrogio a
damalige
couple of times,
Lieblingslektüre mit.
and
Die
she
Abenteuer
brought me
Romane
her
von
favorite
Emilio Salgari,
set of
so half
books,
mir Sandokan
the adventure
über mein
novels by
Heimweg
Emilio
hinweg.
Salgari. So
Habe erst
Sandokan has
nachträglich
helped me
erfahren, welch tragisches
beat
Schicksal dieser
my
Salgari, der von seinen
homesickness.
Verlegern ausgebeutet
Here you can see the
wurde.
book by Emilio
Eine
Salgari.
Frau hatte, die geisteskrank war und er Armut sich irgendwann mit einem Rasiermesser das Leben nahm. Ich komme zum Schluss.
Very interesting
Und
adventures.
dann wurde Grandpa
Have
freigelassen.
nearly finished. And then
In den ersten
Grandfather
paar Jahren
was
nach seiner Rückkehr
free again. When he came back,
stand Olga wieder am Fenster.
Olga was
Doch nach
at
den
the
ersten
window once
Eruptionen
again.
brach der Vulkan in sich zusammen.
But then
Und
the
Dorothy
volcano
gab auf.
erupted.
Sie war
Dorothy
selbst eine zerbrechliche alte
gave
Dame
up.
und konnte keinen
She was an
alten,
elderly,
kranken Mann
fragile
betreuen.
lady and could not look after the
Zitat.
old sick man. Quotation.
You deserve 10 years for us to go over the pleasant things from Rue Chamfort onward. Zitat Ende. Schrieb Pound
This is
reumütig
what
aus der
Pound
Klinik
wrote.
Martinsbrunn.
From the
Er
clinic
gestand ihr,
Martinsbrum.
er habe beim letzten Besuch in Rapallo versucht, einen
Declared
ihrer einstigen
that he
Treffpunkte
had
aufzusuchen,
tried to find
wo ein
one of the places
Eukalyptusbaum
where
und eine
they met
Zypresse
in the
ihre
past,
Wurzeln ineinander
where there was
verwoben hatten.
a
Doch
eucalypt,
er hatte feststellen
a
müssen, dass alles
cypress.
zugeteert worden war.
but everything
Eine kleine Dose
had
mit
changed.
kandiertem Ingwer,
A
das ich
small
1961 aus England mitbrachte, soll das
ginger
Wunder bewirkt
candies
haben.
must have
Pound, der
worked the
zurückgekehrt
miracle.
war, zu
Pound
sterben,
had come back to
raffte
die,
sich so weit auf,
but
dass Olga
he picked up his life in such a way that
mitnehmen konnte
could take
und
him
mit ihm die
and
versprochenen
spend
10
the
Jahre.
promised 10
Er hat
years
sich genau
with him.
daran, an dieses Versprechen gehalten, zu
And
verbringen.
he has actually kept this promise.
Doch darüber erzählt eine schöne Ausstellung,
A beautiful
die
exhibition
Giorgio Lazzaretto nach Vorgaben von
by
Olga
Giorgio
hier
Lazzaretto
liebevoll
has
zusammengestellt.
organized,
Und somit
following
kehren wir
the
zum Anfang
indications
zurück.
by Olga.
Alles, was
And now
Pound
we're going back to the beginning.
in den
All
folgenden Jahren
what
geschrieben hat,
Pound wrote in the
sind
following years
nebst zahlreichen Selbstvorwürfen,
are
Liebesbekenntnisse
drafts
an
of
Olga.
love declarations
einige
to
Zeilen
Olga, and I would
Dieser
like
bisher unveröffentlichten
to read
Notizen,
some
Notebooks kurz
of
zitieren.
these lines.
And there was no watermelon on the top of Mount Chocorua. And she was beautiful on the beach of Santa Margherita, and kept me alive for 10 years, for which no one will thank her, that she would have saved me from idiocies in anti-Semitism. With fiddle in contrajour, eucalyptus and cypress, the tendrils encircling as you go towards Beltrami's, singing 10 bars of Jeannequin.
And so this is the end of this love story, which does not end with a tango, but with a glance in eyes that become more and more beautiful, but sadder and sadder. Olga's eyes, quotation.
Her eyes more beautiful each day, sad and with farness. Danke.
Thank you very much.
Es gibt immer in den Kinos, wie wenn man Filme anschaut, Love Stories, dann gibt es noch so einen Abspann und den darf ich, es wäre natürlich wichtig, auch Olgas letzte 24 Jahre zu thematisieren, doch dazu bräuchten wir jetzt eine weitere Vorlesung.
It could be interesting to talk also about the following years, but I shall show you only a couple of pictures of the last 8 years. She came back because of the reconciliation. Michael Ezra had been christened, and we can see the young brother. Here we can see the christening of Nicholas Thaddeus in 86 with the whole family. You can see my mum, and here you can see a picture of the family with old friends. And Granny is right there at the center with the rest of the family. There's Olga. With her favorite dog. This is Rodrigo de Zayas and her daughter who has visited us. And here we are in Venice with our students. On the gondola you can see her with the group of students. And here again, with a cat, of course. This is Nikolaus' cat, together with Michael. And artists and many people came to see. This is Francesco Conz, 88, who had started a beautiful project, and there was music at every time with many artists. And this is the place in Chemels where the 3 pillars of the temple could be placed. That's Olga's 100th birthday. And the celebration. There she is with a kaleidoscope in her hand, and she is looking at Ezra.
Vielen Dank. Gibt es irgendwie Bemerkungen, Fragen oder etwas, das Sie noch gerne wissen würden oder wo Sie nachhaken wollen?
Ich glaube, dass das keine sozusagen Fragestellung, weil das eine ongoing story ist.
Ja.
Gerne sozusagen die Fortsetzungen.
Genau, ich meinte so im Sinne von Anregungen, was jetzt noch alles wollen.
Aber es kommt ja interessante Bilder auch noch zu sehen bekommen,
ja.
Aber aus einer anderen Perspektive.
Ja, also vielen Dank für den Vortrag. Wir machen jetzt eine Pause von einer fast Stunde. Wir werden um 18 Uhr weitermachen mit einem Vortrag von Mauro Piccinini, wo es auch um Olga, Ezra Pound und George Anteil gehen wird. Wir werden dann 2 Musiker auch zu Gast haben, Marcello Fera und Elisa Wallnöfer, die Musik von Pound spielen, die auch Musik von George Anteil spielen. Und es wird auch eine Kombination, wenn ich das richtig verstanden habe, zwischen Vortrag und musikalischer Darbietung geben. Und wir werden dann um 18 Uhr weitermachen. Allora continuiamo. Questo pomeriggio l'abbiamo iniziato in tedesco. Buonasera a voi tutti, anche quelli che ci seguono in telecronaca da lontano. Come le due presentazioni di questo pomeriggio, che sono anche state tradotte in inglese, anche la presentazione di Mauro Piccinini sarà tradotta in inglese e visibile in Mondovisione.
Salutiamo Rossana Preda.
Sì, salutiamo Susanna Preda ed Erin. Come vedete poi ci sarà anche un intermezzo musicale, una presentazione musicale che sarà connessa alla presentazione di Mauro Piccinini. Mauro Piccinini è un storico della musica, si è laureato a Trieste e insegna adesso l'italiano in Svizzera, che comunque ha continuato a fare le sue ricerche, ha continuato a pubblicare. Negli ultimi 20 anni soprattutto ha fatto dei studi sull'avanguardia artistica degli anni 20 e in particolare sul compositore George Antheil. Come ho imparato oggi, perché io ho sempre detto George, però si dice George Antheil, siccome è un americano. Nell'ambito delle sue ricerche che ha condotto specialmente negli Stati Uniti, in vista di una prima biografia completa sul compositore americano, ha toccato anche l'argomento di Ezra Pound, che fu legato a George Antheil in un'amicizia, e nel 2019 è uscito un suo lungo saggio sulla relazione tra Pound, Antheil e Olga Rajk, pubblicato in un volume curato da Roxana Preda, che abbiamo appena nominata, che è la presidente della società Ezra Pound. Il volume si intitola Ezra Pound and the Arts. La documentazione raccolta negli ultimi anni, che contiene anche alcune scoperte molto interessanti, viene presentata oggi come un omaggio a Pound, con l'intento di restituire al poeta anche la paternità di un esperimento in campo cinematografico di cui adesso Mauro Piccinini ci parlerà. Il suo titolo, come vedete, è enigmatico: Siki Kiki Liki, Ezra Pound e le origini del ballet mécanique.
Buonasera a tutti. Mi scuso per il titolo, ma spero di spiegarlo.
Good evening, everybody. I apologize for the title, but I will explain that. Now, let me begin from a study that I wrote recently for the exhibition at Brunenburg Castle, where I focused on Ezra Pound and Olga Rajk's stay in Vienna during the late spring of 1928. They spent 2.5 months in Vienna, and they were together with George Antheil and his wife. And during that stay, Pound was able to go to the cinema a couple of times, as well as to the opera house and several concerts. And compared to Rapallo, the Viennese offer included great shows as well as vanguard cinema. At the Lustspielkino, close to the Prater, Pound saw both the Sende von St. Petersburg by Budowkin and also Berlin, the Symphonie der Großstadt by Walter Ruttmann, where he found the new style of filmmaking with dynamic editing and coming from an open narrative without script. And here you see 2 posters of the films. And he immediately advised his wife Dorothy, then in London, to go and see it and watch it. All the past 10 years, photograph, ballet, mécanique, machine photos, and the excitement was justified because the film was rightly famous. But how was this sudden enthusiasm to be reconciled with Pound's statement on cinema as an art? 10 years earlier, in an article written for New Age, Kinema Kinesis hit work of 1918, the poet had denied that cinema could ever become an art because of the fast mechanical nature of cinematic time. And for Pound, art should be considered, contemplated, and thus be static, an idea that he took from Cliff Bell and other modernist theorists. And likewise, he denied the artistic value of photography because it did not select its object. And then both these machine arts tended towards mimesis, which was aesthetically irrelevant. Another objection to cinema concerned the little control that filmmakers have over the image-making process and over the low-value material, and I quote, that seemed to be the object of cinema at that time, from vaudeville with its tricks, news, soap operas that were very much appreciated in France, while for the Pound of 1918, having left the imagist experience, art still seeks to elevate its subject to the realm of timelessness. For Pound, it was the creative power of the artist that counted, even if no one then prevented ordinary men from enjoying films and movies. And the fact that cinema was not an art didn't mean that Pound did not enjoy going to a cinema in Rapallo, the Eden, or the Royal. And indeed, Pound's opinion on the seventh art had evolved at least as much as the art of film itself over the course of a decade. And yet, even in February 1923, after attending a screening of La Roue by Abel Gans, together with a friend, Fernand Léger, in a Paris letter for the Dial, Pound still strongly doubted that cinema could be an art. The box office and the demands of the audience, even in Gans's film, which has scenes of daring editing, leads to the corruption of the artistic side. So 5 years after his first opinion published, which was completely negative, Pound seems to soften his judgment. Cinema is not a corrupt medium per se, but it is the economic element that makes it corrupt. And the date of the Paris letter is significant, and also the fact that the friend was the painter Fernand Léger, who was a companion of Pound's in these films' discoveries. And that cinema had been founded by Mr. Canuto, who was a critic, a great event organizer, and that created the phrase of cinema as the seventh art. So Pound shows that he has been with Léger since 1920, going to live in Rue de Notre-Dame-des-Champs in Montparnasse, in the same street where the painter had his studio. Pound at number 70 and Léger at number 86. These are the pictures. I went personally to make these pictures. And this is the studio as it was at the time, Léger's studio. And this is the studio of Ezra Pound, or what remains with it, and with a French painter who was a representative of the post-Cubist purism, centered above all on the plastic values of machines. Pound, at the end of 1923, developed the idea of a film made by former images without declining too mellow or even the plot itself. At the basis of this artistic conviction is the experience of the photographs with the photographer Alvin Langdon Coburn in London between the end of 1916 and 1917. Coburn mounted on his camera a lens that included, inside a cylinder, 3 mirrors on the model of a kaleidoscope. And the effect is really incredible, as you can see here. The choice of the final shot gives the artist primacy over the real object, thus creating a sort of Picasso painting directly from nature. According to the words of Coburn himself, and Pound comments that the photograph might establish a mathematical harmony of forms, angles, proportion, etc., as had a mathematical harmony arranged for us in music. The lack of education of people in a more evolved visual perception could now be corrected thanks to vorticist art, and particularly photography or even cinema making. It was just a matter of trying to apply the theories of artistic splitting and recomposing the images to create a new and healthier perception of forms. Obviously, Paris was the ideal place for such an experiment, and his friend Léger certainly played a key role in this process of Pound's reconciliation with filmmaking, in order to effectively demonstrate that even cinema in its vorticist sense can become an art. Now, scholars agree up to this point. Pound modifies his perception of filmmaking, but as Ira Neidl writes, it does not take photographic vorticism to extremes. He does not explore how and why photography and filmmaking can popularize the perceptions of forms that Pound so much admired. Am I going too fast? Can you follow me? And Neidl limited himself to saying that he acted as a trade union between several artists, including Fernand Léger, for the implementation of what then became the ballet mécanique, that is the masterpiece short film of the early vanguard. It's not my intention here to discuss the ballet mécanique per se, especially since it's not possible to show it here. But from these images, which I'm taken from Bruxelles study, we see that Coburn's experiments have been transferred to the film with similar results, though obviously moving results. On the left, you see Coburn's photographies of 1917, and on the right, you see some pictures taken from this film, Ballet Mécanique of 1923. On the right, we see pictures from a moving film. And the focus of my lecture is to explain, with the use of sources almost entirely unknown to scholars, the role that Pound played in the creation of this film, a role that went far beyond a simple connection between different artists. We should recall that Ballet Mécanique is now almost 100 years old, and up to the 70s, the artists who participated in it, Antheil, Dudley Murphy, Man Ray, and Léger himself, made contradictory statements about their own or others' active participation. And Pound was perhaps the most honest critic, writing clearly in paper, the genesis of the ballet mécanique, especially the part finally rejected, goes back to at least 1916, at which time Alvin Coburn and I invented the vortoscope. So they invented the mirror, which had been included into this lens. And in 1920 or 21,
Dudley Murphy applied this simple device to cinematography.
Dudley Murphy applied this simple device to cinematography with a few meters of interesting and highly unsatisfactory film. Man Ray, with his brilliant record and long experience, produced something infinitely better. And Murphy combined with Leger and got some interesting results. So this is a summary of what happened. First Coburn, and then there's Murphy, and then Murphy together with more expert artists such as Man Ray, a famous photographer and Dadaist painter, achieved a far better result. So we started from the general situation, and now let's speak about details. Between 23 and 24, a film was made where many prominent figures in the art scene participated. Here we are. The cameraman was Dudley Murphy, 1897-1968, a young American filmmaker specialized. Here you see him in short films called visual symphonies, where classical musical pieces, Debussy, Saint-Saëns, Wagner, were illustrated by cinema actions synchronized with the music. Murphy, who had been in Europe for more than a year in search of technologies to better synchronize music and silent films, up to 1927 films were silent, had only been in Paris for a month when he met Pound in mid-October. And then, as we know, Murphy had worked in the physics department at Dartmouth in the US, where he himself in 1921 had made experiments with prismatic lenses. So a coincidence that immediately led to Coburn's experiments. This is Fernand Léger. Man Ray. And Pound with Antile. Another artist involved in this project is Man Ray, who was then mainly famous as a photographer and associated with the Dada world, that had already made experiments with the camera, and the result is Le Retour à la Raison, which was first shown during the famous Soirée des Corps à Barbe, a Dadaist meeting with films being shown on the 6th of July 1923. In Paris, in autumn 1923, Pound met young composer George Antile, and with him he started a very fruitful collaboration. And we will listen to the music results. Publishing Antile and the Treatise of Harmony in 1924, and indicating him as the vorticist in music par excellence. Antile reciprocated by orchestrating Le Testament de Villon, the opera that Pound had just finished. Pound wrote to the father, "We," that is Antile and Pound, have a new Léger project, or projet in French, waiting to be framed. And this not well-defined project had to wait because Antile and Léger were busy, each in a different way, with the world of filmmaking and theatre. Léger had created the interiors of the film L'Herbier, by, the film L'Inhumaine by Marcel Herbière, and then designed costumes for the ballet Les Créations du Monde. And Antai, that Pound had already involved, commissioning 2 violin sonatas for Olga Raj, the violinist who was to become his lover and life partner. So Antai had his official acknowledgement in Paris on the 4th of October at a concert organized by L'Herbière. At that concert, there were Satie, Milot, Léger, Pound, Man Ray. On the 18th of October, after 2 weeks, as we know from a letter by Pound to his wife Dorothy in London, Murphy appeared in Rue Notre-Dame-des-Champs, and also Murphy tells about that in his autobiography from the 60s. One day when I was visiting Ezra Pound and talking about my work, he told me that a friend of his, Ferdinand Léger, wanted to make a movie. And also Georges Antai, the young protégé of Stravinsky, would like to make a movie. So he brought the 3 of us together and we decided to make one. Pound told this young Murphy that he also wanted to do something in Paris, and he said, well, there is Léger that wants to make a film, and Ty also wants to make a film, so let's get together. And then Murphy, probably on the same day, wrote down on a piece of paper the addresses in Paris where he could buy a good camera. And he also wrote down some ideas for the new film. You see this piece of paper where you wrote the text for the telegram. Well, this is a very precious piece of paper, because in the first line, he notes Rue de Bussy, number 8, camera apparatus de Marie de Beaumarchais. And there's a mistake here. And then here, Lance, you see the places where you could buy a camera. And then below, he also notes some ideas, a white kid gloved hand moving about in blank space. That is hands with white gloves moving against a black framework, and nude, naked bodies writing in blankness CM, which is short for counter medium, so a type of filmmaking of waterfall through a triangle. And then painted planes on face of suffering, that is, planes which hide the face of someone who is suffering. And while the gloved hands and the bodies are not in the final film, it is also true that hand-like movements passing in front of the lens were later realized with L-shaped paddles. At any rate, the painted surfaces on a person who is suffering, or a face of Kiki, Man Ray's model partner, are there. So you see Kiki, an explanation of the title, and then the wheel. So what is the relation of these ideas with the final draft of the film? Well, here you see the piece of paper where you know where to buy cameras and what ideas to implement. So these are the ideas by Ezra Pound. Now, this is the 20th of October 1923, 2 days after the meeting between Pound and Murphy. To his wife Dorothy, Pound writes, Dudley Murphy wanted to know if ciné was an art. He's working at it. Have thought up a stunt for him. So he thought about a stunt, something special to give to Murphy in order to make him famous. So what is a stunt? Pound makes it clear that he himself prepared it, and 10 days after the meeting, on the 28th of October, Murphy experimenting with the cinema camera here. That means that Murphy is working in Pound's studio, but he lives, as we know from his address, but he lives at Hotel Istria, which is very well known because Man Ray and his fiancée Kiki lived there, and then Marcel Duchamp, and sometimes Picabia. So it's a very famous hotel that still exists if you want to go there. And nearby, at number 31, there is the photograph studio of Man Ray. But things get complicated. On the 25th of October, there is the debut of Création du Monde and the Champs-Élysées, and Pound in the same letter commends Léger ballet, excellent. He must do one with Antile. I have done scenario which Léger seemed keen on doing. So the project has already been developed, and Léger could do the scenario, and Pound said, I did the scenario. The development of ideas. So while Murphy is already working on a film, Pound also has a project for a likely ballet with Léger. And Pound comments again on the 31st of October, young Murphy getting a vorticing machine into shape, old woman impressed by cinema paraphernalia. So the host who is impressed by these machines, it's the host, but we're still referring to Ezra's studio. Well, it may sound strange to speak about exact data, but and dates, but that means that Pound is has been fundamental for a film that all cinema scholars consider a masterpiece. So these are data that nobody studied, and then he says clearly that he did that. Then, of course, perhaps other artists may have participated. But you see, this is what he says, it's my idea. So we are in Pound's studio, and as Murphy continues filming, a new front opens up. Antile wants me to dine and inspect some people who are talking to him about a re-concert. So 1st of November, who are these people who want to talk with him? Well, after this encounter, Pound reveals who these people are. Siki's ex-manager, now wanting great musical spectacle. George has me along to protect him. Rather difficult dinner, however. Business side is to be left to Léger, who says, with these people, il faut voir extrêmement clair. 3rd of November. So there is a Senegal's boxer with his manager. You can see them here. And this famous boxer who ends up in Canto 74, his name was Siki. Well, the proper name was Barouk Omphal. He came from Senegal. You know that Senegal was part of France, and so he went to fight for the French, and after the war he made a career as a boxer. And the letter continues, vorticing machine slowly assembling. We buy 400 feet of film tomorrow, as you can't buy less, so 120 meters of film, because you bought those standard formats, 9.5 millimeters. Leger is interested in photographs much more than I should have expected. I have planned most of the spectacle. I dare say it will end at that. This is the letter. And the next day, he's even more explicit. Siki's manager proposes 2 hours spectacle, all Antal. I think that is bluff, but it is the proper line. And Leger thinks Ant's chances are so good that one oughtn't to get excited over that sort of offer. So that manager that had lost the boxer because the boxer had gone with another manager, and he wanted to go to the US. And so the manager alone thought about the concert with Antal, and he wants 2 hours of spectacle from which everything comes. So 2 hours of spectacle with boxing, cinema, etc. I hope I'm not boring you. Everything's fine? Okay. So now we have this former manager, and while Siki goes to the US, this Charlie Hellers, who had seen Antal in a concert, so he says that he has a plan. And in an article of 1934, Ezra still recalls that dinner and says the manager wanted a show for the Veldiv. Veldiv means Velodrome d'Hiver, a huge velodrome where they had that 6-day biking race, that is, bikers who ran in France or in Paris for 6 days, turning one after the other. And that velodrome was huge, and during the Olympic Games in 1924 in Paris, there were also some boxing matches. And unfortunately, it's sad because in July 1940, they grouped together all the Jews that were raided. So they were all staying in that velodrome before bringing them to the lagers. Okay. So that manager thought that Antal could deliver it, and he also thought that Antal could get some money. I spent a wonderful evening and kept dodging my question. And the manager did not bring the pen to sign any contract. He wanted to make money, but without signing anything. But he had an idea about what was needed in music. So it's a spectacle in a velodrome where also Siki had fought in 1922 with music by Antal and what else. Now, let's have a look at the sketches that I found in Yale. And these are Ezra Pound's sketches, that is, images of what he wanted to do in this great spectacle. They are very difficult sketches to interpret, and one in particular gives us a formidable clue to understanding its meaning, namely one of the basic principles of the ballet mécanique, that is a series of movements, rapid, broken, sensual, elliptocentric, psychoelliptic, planetary, with quick illustrations including a sort of sequence of crescents and full moons, which immediately brings to mind the face of Kiki, the model, passing from left to right. And then the other planetary illustration, which relates to some sequences in the film where there are Christmas balls left spinning, and they look like planets. So planets which go around. and rotate. So it's a catalog of movements and mechanisms, and I use mechanisms because the terminology used by Pound comes from Antai's music. As you can see from this program of a concert given a few months earlier in Munich, Antai, so before meeting Pound, etc., he had composed a series of pieces for piano entitled Mechanisms, where he musically described these abstract mechanisms. The list is slightly different from that of Pound, but they are evidently the same thing. Mechanisme, erste Gruppe in 4 Dimensionen, Mechanism, interrhythmic, cubist, elliptic, interrhythmic, psychoelliptic, sensory rhythmic, and planetary. So this is the origin of Pound's sketches, and you will note the allusion to the 4th dimension, which is typical of the language of young Antai, relativity, time, which is the main subject of music, because the music develops over time. So the ballet mécanique originated from Antai's music and not vice versa. Well, let's hear what Antai said in his biography, Bad Boy of Music, 1945. He writes, I wrote some music to a film by Fernand Léger called The Ballet Mécanique, a film that had been inspired by my own mechanisms. Mechanisms which we know were performed in that very concert on the 4th of October. Unfortunately, they were never published, and they went lost, and it's difficult to talk about that because we do not know what these piano pieces said. Probably they were illustrations of movements, of mechanisms, elliptic or split or whatever. A good example for Antai is a sonata called Airplane Sonata, where the left hand is pretty quick, while the right hand has a different speed, and these 2 times, which are one over the other, give an idea of another dimension. So there is a music which is completely different as compared to romantic music. Well, I cannot go further here. Okay. What is new here for the world of scholars is Pound's full participation in the film project. Not only that, the initial ideas based on Antai's musical stimuli are Pound's own. Another sketch which shows a top-down shot of a boxing match with an indication of a movement around an ellipse. So 2 boxers who rotate around an elliptic line. So this is an elliptocentric movement, to use this terminology. The sketch is sketch number 1. It shows a layering that is difficult to understand, also because it was never realized in the film, and Pound superimposed the still images, where you see fixed images here, with moving images.
Pound scrive per esempio fix vicino a clear street,
you see fix, clear way with moving images, for example, a line of cars. So he wanted to make layers of films that, however, could not be made at the time. Or people walking, you see tight pants. The trousers of soldiers with very tight trousers, and then two lambdas above, which recall the moving palettes, and finally a crowd, while on top you see that these are rapid movements. So two following sketches show a race car, a Citroën, within the velodrome, probably, where there was this circular movement, like in the case of biking. And finally, we have a series of shots with their duration, we suppose, 2 minutes, etc. And these are the durations of these shots. And these objects that you see, 1, 2, 3, are B and 3-dimensional. At least this is my interpretation. And finally, after a few repetitions, we have this spectacular 2-part sketch showing a lot of things. In the one below, and you see a series of geometric frames, which we know very well, and that Murphy made, among the first, made of the simple multiplication of photographs, like the 3 or 4 bottles on the horizontal plane, or in a series. And finally, the triangle and the circle, which support so many of the sequences and geometric variations throughout the film. Consider that the camera had a circular lens, while the vorthoscope was triangular. So you could make images starting from a circular camera, or the images that you saw earlier, which were triangular. And we see a comparison that I made between Pound's sketches and the images actually present in the final film. The amount of Pound's ideas is quite striking. Below, you see images taken from Ballet Mécanique, if you know it. And the upper part of the sketch, this one, is equally significant. We see an orchestra, 4 pianolas, the one with the forzetto applied to the basis. That was a fixed idea by Stravinsky, because a pianola has no impact on the music. So according to Stravinsky, pianola was the best possible instrument to develop and to express the music that had been developed by the musicians. So all the inspirations, all the movements disappeared. And Antheil, Léger, and all those who were focused on this type of art were very happy about the use of these pianolas, which are also the basis of the Ballet Mécanique. Further above, the indications of full, which means crowd, boxing 1 hour, 10, cinema 5 minutes, 45 minutes. So that makes 2 hours of film. So that is the proposal by the manager about a 2-hour show. And the other sketches do not add very much. They are difficult to interpret. They are calculations, subdivisions of the show between musical mechanism, 3-dimensional cinema between past and present. And they are sketches made by Pound when he was explaining his ideas to someone, perhaps to Léger. So much so that we read the words fool in French and crowd in English. Of course, there are also the better-known sketches by Leger himself, recovered around 1955 and published by Standish Lauder in his Cubist Cinema of 1975. Here too we have sketches at an early stage, ideas proposed by Leger that show no connection with a possible performance of the Belle Dive, and they are purely cinema ideas. And in the first sheet, Leger mentions Les Petites Danseuses Légères Gracieuses. And some of Leger's ideas are not executed, as we know. For example, the grid that you see above, that is the division of the screen into 9 equal sections. So things that today are done normally and easily, but at the time, projecting different images on a grid was something impossible. And other inventions are typical of the French painter, such as the use of spots at the time. You see a window show made by chocolate, a whole set of chocolate or posters such as Cadonc soap or other objects. Now, let's go back to the chronological order. Murphy already knows Man Ray, as they live in the same hotel. Man Ray, in his self-portrait, the autobiography written in the 60s, is rather hasty about his role in the film. He talks about Murphy turning up one day and asking him to work with him. And this shows that Murphy already uses his camera and therefore already works with Pound. And the other accepts, but then after shooting some scenes both indoors and outdoors, Murphy asks Ray to buy more film. But the two part away because Man Ray doesn't want to put more money. And so Murphy turns to Leger, who is willing to finance the film. But we know that's not exactly the case because if we analyze the images shot outside, that is, those attributed to their walks with a casual and Dadaistic approach, and shot with Man Ray's handheld camera, we can see that it is not the winter of 1923, but it is late spring because they're all wearing very light coats and jackets. So probably it's also spring 1923 or summer 1924. Now let's go back to the 10th of November 1923. Pound wrote to his wife, "The 100 feet of film look magnificent in the negative. Composition much more interesting than the Coburn photographs. Probably better wait until we see positive and projection before shooting." On the 15th of November 1923, the film was finally screened in Pound's studio. So the vorticist film this AM. Some of the individual parts are excellent, but Murphy took it too slowly. So it goes much too fast on the screen, because if you rotate the handle too slowly, it's a one photogram every second, but then this is what we see when we screen the films of the 20s. And he also says the film has to be synchronized with Ant's music. There's a machine for getting exact register of cinema music. So an early version of the ballet was ready on the 15th of November 1923. The date is important because Leger, up to that moment, cannot have collaborated much, and Antheil not at all, because he was busy with the composition of the violin sonatas And he's also rehearsing with Olga Raj. And Pound rented the baby grand piano that you see in the photo of the 4th of November 1923. Are you tired? Are you sleeping?
In che cosa consisteva questa prima versione?
So, what was this first version? Pound tells us that he and Murphy took a few meters of interest in highly unsatisfactory film, so a film that technically could not work. And for technical reasons, this first ballet was finally rejected. Part of these 100 meters of film, is it possible that parts of these 100 meters were preserved within the final film, whatever that may be? Pound sketches that we saw and the comparison that I showed you should be enough to convince you. I know that you are eager to know. In addition to those frames, there are of course other images made with a photograph attached to the camera, because we also have these triangular, very complicated images. And many of these images are pot lids, grates, cake forms made of metal. And so these are fantastic images and other compositions. We cannot say that they were made before mid-November, so at Pound's home. But at least the idea of these former compositions is already in Pound's sketches, if we exclude the scenes shot outdoors and some sequences where we know that Leger was present and were made by him in stop motion. At least half of the film comes directly from Pound's ideas. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are faced with an exceptional discovery. You should say, oh, wow, because we are saying that Pound is at the basis of this film. Leger is a great French painter, and he said, I made a fantastic film, and the French, who are very nationalistic, said, oh, the great Leger did all that. But when Pound started to have problems, nobody mentioned Pound as one involved in that. Well, I just went to Paris to hold a conference at the Sorbonne, and the poster showed a picture of a smiling Kiki, which is a picture taken by Man Ray. So they dedicated a meeting to Leger in the cinema, and they used as a slogan a picture made by another person. Again, I used to say, wow.
Oh, grazie.
Thank you.
Dopo vi offro da bere.
Thank you.
Allora, torniamo online. Queste immagini di questa versione rigettata, quella che è stata scartata è
so the rejected version, well, it's difficult to say, but I found images of those photograms, so they come from a version of the film that Murphy took with him when they went back to the US, and so it's not Leger's version which remained in France. And that is said by Murphy in his biography. We know that in the US, up to the 20s, Murphy, because there was just one copy and they went to the cinema to screen it, there were no more copies. So Murphy and Leger set the dates and they screened their copy. And Murphy screened his version. And there are some images rejected by Leger, thanks to an American journal. Vanity Fair in 1929, publishing this series of photograms and glued one on the other, showing images taken from the film. And there are some images which are not in Leger's film, that is the naked images. You see Kiki de Montparnasse and the belly of Catherine Murphy. And here too you should say, wow.
Allora, sappiamo anche questa versione del film che purtroppo Murphy teneva con sé, è bruciata negli anni 70 dopo la sua morte nella casa di suo figlio Michael Murphy a Malibu.
Went on fire in Malibu.
Sono andato troppo lungo? Sono troppo... Boh, vado avanti veloce.
Am I too lengthy? Okay, these are images that come from an initial version. The first, which we call Murphy's version.
La prima immagine, io ho ritrovato questi negativi.
Well, I found these negatives.
Che sono presenti ancora nella famiglia di Murphy.
Which are still in Murphy's family's possession. So you see this image, which is not in the final film, and it shows Kiki in a photographic pose similar to that of Lydia Chernyshevskaya for Cleopatra, a revival of the 1918 ballet in London, which only Murphy had seen, Pound had seen. So this is a picture by Hoppe, a representative of vorticism, and who had made pictures of Pound himself. So Pound could certainly know these images. You see some white stripes on the image.
La seconda immagine, quella simile,
and the second image with two white stripes shows a belly, probably Catherine Murphy, Dudley's wife, and then a series of frames of Kiki turning her head, which are not the final ones, because the final ones are frontal. So these, which do not work very well, are taken from above, and they have a lower quality as compared to the final images in the film. So these are all sections of these stripes. These are pretty well known. This is the one which had paid for the camera. And finally, these pictures by Catherine Murphy, the wife of Murphy, who was a dancer. And they are different. It's more or less like sketches with white bodies against a black scenario. And here you see the Christmas ball, which spins in the air. It's so close to the camera that in the picture we see Murphy himself, who is shooting. And then this picture, which is not in the final film. And then another picture where we know that Leger was present, because Murphy is behind the camera. And here we have Leger, which pushes the ball. And we know that this was made by Leger, or at least he was present.
Andiamo ancora un poco avanti, sicuramente il film non finì al 15 novembre.
So certainly the film did not finish on the 15th of November.
È probabile che però da questo momento in poi Leger entri sempre più.
Leger was more actively involved. On the 24th of November, Pound speaks about a new film that looks interesting. So he continued to work with Murphy, and he continued to speak about a new interesting film, and he continued to work with Murphy despite the first disappointment. And then Murphy takes a studio at Rue Boissonade 11, which does no longer exist today. And here we see them reflecting the Christmas ball, probably filmed in the new studio. At this point, Pound, on the 8th of January 1924, leaves Paris to go and live in Rapallo, and leaves Murphy with an unfinished film, later commenting with his parents in a letter. I also work on a Vertices film, experiment interesting, but probably Murphy hasn't brain enough to finish work in my absence. And Murphy was pretty young. Or without pushing. So Murphy was a bit lazy and needed an artist to stimulate him. And Pound leaves the scene for good. You see the boxer, the ex-manager, the concert, although Antile will continue until April to talk about a ballet with Decor by Léger, not at the Velodrome, but at the Trocadero, which was the largest theater in Paris, with a capacity of 4,600 spectators. After Pound's departure, the work at the ballet did not seem to continue. Murphy films a new visual symphony, the Mephisto Vals. And then in mid-March, another project, because he's hired as a cameraman for a French film, Dixiemood, Zeppelin, which exploded off the coast of Sicily on the 23rd of December 1923, one of the first accidents of these Zeppelins. A film produced by Abel Gance, supported by the Ministry of Defense, but then the French Minister of Defense said, well, we cannot show that, and so the film doesn't exist anymore. In April, when Murphy returns from filming in Tunisia and Italy, Léger and Antile are not in Paris, and then in May or June, the work on the Ballet Mécanique resumes. Outdoor scenes, the fanfare, all summer scenes. And Léger, meanwhile, publishes posters and gives lectures, and he has evidently developed the improvements and developments. And however, the work on Ballet Mécanique by Murphy, Marais, and perhaps Léger seems to accelerate, especially in June 1924, with Pound's own return to Paris in view of a joint concert with Antile and Olga Raj on the 7th of July at Salle Pleyel. Murphy's last period in Paris is therefore the most productive. On the 20th of July, writing to his father, Murphy confirms that Ballet Mécanique was shot during June and possibly part of July. After 4 furious weeks of very interesting work, I have finished a picture which I always wanted to do, an absolutely new thing for the cinema, a study of rhythms and images, irrelevant of their literary content, and composed as music is composed. I've been working it out with a famous French painter of the modern school, Fernand Léger, a man with a great feeling for the power in modern machinery. Anyhow, we have made a picture that looks like it would create a lot of interest among craftsmen in the other arts. This is what we said. Cinema can be possible. So this is all I wanted to do, and it's been a definitive step for me. Murphy declares that the film is finished, but this is not the case. Léger prepares the first version in Vienna, because the film was required by Neue Theatertechnik, where he was projected for the first time on the 24th of September. And the film was finished a little before the screening. And as we can see from the article of 9th of September on Le Matin, page 3, we see a section of the film which is added at the last minute, and we see the comments of the Viennese critics. So from then on, the film will remain in the hands of Leger, and over the years it will be cut, affected by cuts, different versions, and the rest is a history of the cinema with Leger that made a film that was his own film. But what Murphy writes to the father reveals a different origin, because he writes that the ballet is composed as a study of rhythms and images, and composed as music is composed. So we are therefore still in line with Pound's initial idea to derive a kinematic alphabet of moving images and to follow Antai's music as a guide. If cinema is in fact moving pictures, music is the art that comes closer to this temporal condition of development in the fourth dimension. What are these ideas of development? Well, that is unclear. As for the Antai's soundtrack, it is clearly a composition that evolved over 1924 to the extent that it reached 20 minutes in length, as opposed to the film's duration, which is about 13 minutes. Depending on the frame rate. Unfortunately, this is not the place to discuss about the music or Leger's statements regarding the principles of his own ballet mécanique. Based on Leger's statement, we see that they underline the aspects that interested his own contemporary painting, namely the largely mechanistic plastic object trouvé, everyday's life of the city, lights, shops, windows, and then kitchen instruments, pots and lids. So the mechanical ballet, in the end, shows the objects magnified in the close-up. And Pound's original ballet seems instead to have been an ABC of the language of the movement itself, also played on certain connections between numbers 1, 2, and 3, that is, between line, circle, and triangle, 0, 1, and 2 angles, as clearly represented by the letters 0, letter B, and Z, which has 2 angles. This original structure is still seen in much of the film. It appears in Pound's early hand sketches, and we must conclude that the film is by Pound, as it is by Man, Reyes, and Leger. And the absence of description was indeed a cornerstone of Pound's vorticism, or at least of the theoretical line he followed. So the ballet mécanique, in this sense, is the epitome of vorticism, understood as a sublimation of the artist's creative and anti-mimetic faculties. And Pound, in the meantime, found a way to include the everyday and low in art in the same way as the cantors had in the meantime found. Probably with Leger's account of the Battle of Verdun, a collective and low dialect and visceral voice completely free of idealism and idealization. And at the end of October 1923, Pound read Canto 16 to Leger in order to obtain his approval. It is no chance that in 1928, to return to the beginning of our contribution, that Pound became so enthusiastic about Berlin, the Symphonie der Großstadt by Rothman, so much so that he wrote that Pound dismissed American cinema as childish and appreciate German and Russian cinema, comparing Ruttmann's compositional methods to Joyce's ones, and admitting that random elements and these can, if correctly edited by the artist creator, find their way into a work of art. What Pound ignored was that his experiments at the basis of the ballet mécanique, even if partially organized by original creators like Man Ray and Fernand Léger, had been at the basis of the very cinematography that he now praised, because film historians agree that the screening of Ballet Mécanique in May 1925 at Ufa Palast in Berlin was the epoch-making event for a greater awareness of the photographic medium contained in cinema, and that Pudovsky's and Eisenstein's theories of montage owe a lot to Léger's film. Eisenstein himself, in Paris, in a lecture at the Sorbonne in 1930, said that Léger knew more about cinema than many of his contemporaries. Léger, dont le métier est la peinture, non moins compris il avait d'essentiel dans le cinéma. So he has understood what is essential in the cinema from the formal viewpoint. All the more, he could have said that the essential had already been understood by Pound, whose job was literature. Thank you.
Ho sforato di mezz'ora più del dovuto, scusate. Scusa Marcello, scusa.
Sì, infatti era una presentazione molto ricca e anche fulminante, direi. Ho sentito spesso wow dietro.
Io non ci sono prove che io abbia pagato la click.
Io alle mie lezioni sono sempre contento se nessuno butta una bottiglietta o qualcosa del genere, sono già un successo. Brevemente ci sono delle... Prima che passiamo alle musiche, sì. Ci sono delle...
Non fate domande, da casa forse qualche studioso poundiano che si è sparato. Nessuno. Dal chat non ci siamo...
Werner? Er zijn in chat Fragen, weil ihr mit dem Computer nicht doch im Chat sein Fragen.
Gibt's Fragen von erstaunte Schule?
Non ci possono ancora credere.
Sono scombussolati.
È una cosa che non ha un senso. Cioè nel sud della Francia, vicino a Biot, c'è lo museo Léger.
Sì.
E c'è qualche traccia di questa...
Sì, hanno appena fatto la mostra di cui parlavo, Léger e il cinema. Sì, a Biot, al museo Léger.
Ah, non so niente.
Sì, però hanno organizzato una conferenza divisa tra Parigi e Nizza con tutti gli studiosi su questo argomento, però il catalogo è quello della mostra che c'è a Biot. Quindi tutto quello che vedete, cioè tutto, gran parte delle immagini, Antal, Pound, eccetera, sono anche al museo. Ma è finita la mostra, hanno chiuso a fine settembre.
Grazie.
Prego.
Bene, allora se non ci sono altre domande, un buon segno. Passo anche la parola di nuovo a Mauro Peccinini.
Sì, ma non so se siete pronti a suonare.
Marcello Ferra e Elisa Valnefa che...
Sì, se non siete pronti non è inutile che introduco, solo un attimo di saliva.
Dobbiamo spostare il pop per lasciare qua.
Posso dirti gli schizzi li ho scoperti nel 2009 e i fotogrammi me ne hanno mandati 3 anni fa. Dopo per i
Zweite Sache, non mi ricordo assolutamente più die Beispiele.
Dann spielen wir
Zuerst
108.
singen wir was
Genau.
und dann spielen wir.
Zu laut, Anteil.
Bis hierher, gell? Das machen wir nicht.
Ja,
Macht eine Linie.
ja, ist schon klar.
Ja. Und dann 118. Also das war die Erde, anders hier. Ja. Und das zweite und dritte hintereinander.
Und am Schluss das. Zuerst die Beispiele. Ja.
Genau, genau, von da bis dahin.
Wie viele Valentine Waltzes spielst du? 4.
4.
Also, okay.
Wir haben 4.
Ja, ja, klar, also ich erinnere mich nicht. Das ist alles. Buonasera, mi chiamo Mauro Piccinini, vi presento un attimo velocemente il concetto, semplicemente perché, dato che mi occupo di Pound e Untied, questo concetto è dedicato a Pound e Untied, che furono anche Pound compositori attivi. Abbiamo visto nella mia relazione che tennero concerti assieme a Londra, a Parigi, Olga Raj eseguì pezzi al violino composti da Pound per lei, pezzi originali e alcune trascrizioni di manoscritti musicali che Pound amava ricopiare mentre studiava nelle biblioteche italiane e anche francesi. Studiava i manoscritti che gli servivano, soprattutto poi verso la fine degli anni '20. Cercava tutte le versioni esistenti dei sonetti di Cavalcanti perché desiderava fare una collazione per pubblicare i sonetti e la sua traduzione. Annotava anche musica medievale che poi in qualche maniera superava, ma non sappiamo di quanto, la trascrizione. E questa sera, come esempio di musica di Pound, non abbiamo scelto musica originale, però c'è una trascrizione che eseguirà Marcello Fera. Hanno diviso questo concerto in 3 parti distinte, quindi abbiamo 2 pezzi per violino solo con Marcello Fera, Elisa suonerà poi 4 Valentine Waltzes che sono composizioni per pianoforte solo e infine, con una breve introduzione che farò anche dopo, una sonata per violino e pianoforte, la seconda di Untied, che eseguiranno assieme. Stilisticamente sono pezzi di periodi diversi, quindi anche su questo dobbiamo un po' introdurre. Negli anni '20 Untied compone musica che, come potete immaginare, macchinistica, cioè un'imitazione in qualche senso o una sintesi della precisione della macchina, quindi era ossessionato dalle percussioni, da tutti quegli elementi ritmici e percussivi che ha il pianoforte, che è uno strumento a percussione se ci pensiamo bene, ma anche alcuni pezzi composti per Olga Raj. Uno di questi, che verrà eseguito per primo si chiama Printemps, cioè primavera, è stato composto nel 1924 quando Untied e Olga Raj sono andati a tenere dei concerti in Inghilterra, a Londra, un altro dei motivi che appunto facevano essere assente Untied mentre si doveva andare avanti con il Ballet Mécanique Film. È musica, come vedrete, che in un certo senso fa il paio con quella di Pound per violino solo, quindi piuttosto semplice, ci sono corde vuote, armonie piuttosto alla Handel in qualche maniera, modali, diciamo così. Quindi musica piuttosto tranquilla, non è l'Untied che sentiremo alla fine. La seconda parte del concerto, quindi sono 3, con Elisa che suona il pianoforte, dei pezzi del tardo Untied. Siamo nel periodo tra il 48 e il 52, ma questi sono attorno al 49. Untied è ormai ha esaurito la sua esperienza di avanguardia, perché con l'avanguardia non si magna, e purtroppo è dovuto tornare negli Stati Uniti con l'avvento del nazismo. Ha dovuto trovarsi un lavoro perché ha fatto un figlio e è andato a lavorare a Hollywood, che era all'epoca, diciamo, la mecca anche monetaria per i compositori. Tant'è vero che mezzo mondo è andato a Hollywood a comporre colonne sonore. Ma questo ha influenzato, finito? È stufo? Ah, ok. Questo ha influenzato la sua scrittura, che diventa neoromantica. I Valentine Waltzes in particolare sono musica dedicata a una sua amante, quindi sono dei Valentine, del messaggi d'amore. Vi saluto loro. A voi. torniamo invece all'epoca 1923, una sonata in un unico movimento, composta da Antai, For Ezra Pound, Best of Friends, quindi si conoscevano da 3 mesi, era già il migliore dei suoi amici, e rappresenta invece l'estetica del momento, macchinistica, percussiva e soprattutto banale, cioè come il cubismo metteva sui quadri ritagli di giornale, pezzi di utensili, come nel film di Leger c'erano pentole, eccetera, eccetera, qui abbiamo una musica che utilizza le cose più banali dell'epoca. No, per capire cos'era banale nel 1923 e goderlo meglio, abbiamo pensato di spiegarlo in un certo senso, dura pochissimo, ma lui prende, come dice un amico, the most vomiting and repulsive things, cioè le cose, la musica più squallida, più kitsch già negli anni 20, cioè le canzoni americane degli anni 10 o dell'Ottocento, del fine dell'Ottocento, e le distorce completamente. Però per capire la distorsione vi presentiamo un attimo due o tre esempi della canzone originale e poi di come compare invece nella sonata, e così capite il meccanismo di rovinare qualcosa, di farlo sentire come... se noi fossimo una radio del 1923 e girassimo la manopola in cerca di canzoni che ci piacciono, sentiremmo come si sente in questa sonata, cioè ogni due o tre battute c'è un'altra citazione, poi comincia, poi non finisce, poi ce n'è un'altra, e soprattutto è tutto molto percussivo e finisce con una percussione sempre più potente, che a un certo punto c'è la sorpresa, si passa a un tamburo, perché dicendo ormai la vera musica la trovi solo in Arabia o solo in questi posti dove c'è veramente solo ritmo e niente melodia. Però la melodia che suona il violino in quel momento, che sembra un'enenia araba, l'ha rubata da un tango di Stravinsky. Quindi, il primo esempio che abbiamo scelto è In the Shade of the Old Apple Tree, è una canzone molto famosa. Adesso Marcello e Elisa la suonano l'originale e poi la trasformazione, e poi vi presento l'ultimo episodio. Ce la facciamo?
In the shade of the old apple tree, when the love in your eyes I could see.
Ecco, penso che renda l'idea, però abbiamo altri due esempi. Questa qui l'ha cantata anche Bing Crosby, se la volete sentire. Silver Threads Among the Gold, sono i fili bianchi nel biondo che cominciano a comparire, e Darling You're Growing Older, caro stai diventando vecchio, no? Che è una canzone dell'880 a cui segue, ed sono eseguite anche nella sonata sono di seguito, Nearer My God to Thee, che è il famoso inno che tutti conoscono perché fu suonato per ultimo dall'orchestra del Titanic che stava affondando. Nearer My God to Thee. Stesso esempio, e poi io finisco.
ringrazio i relatori di oggi, Siete Rapidi, Mauro Piccinini, Sergio Skrzynski, sei ancora qua. Concludiamo questa serie di eventi dedicati a Ezra Pound. L'esposizione curata da Giorgia Lazzaretto rimane aperta ancora fino al 1. L'esposizione per i Mamming ancora fino al 6 gennaio del 23. Vorrei anche ringraziare Werner e Poldo di Elf Music per le registrazioni che hanno fatto, per portare tutto in internet. Sono qua da stamattina, e anche alle 2 traduttrici che sono state fuori a tradurre tutta la conferenza. Grazie a voi per essere venuti, e c'è un piccolo brindisi così possiamo un po' continuare a socializzare fuori. Grazie a tutti, Elisa Wagner e Marcello Ferra.